Are you in the office?
Yes. Did you see Inja? A few minutes ago, she came here to say hello to you, but
Oh, really?
my microphone.
I think her face got blurred in the background. You know, it's like my hand. Oop, I don't know. It was blurred.
Excuse me? Okay, excuse me? We...
She was wearing masks, so even
Right.
he really can realize.
Yeah. It's good. We can say hi to anyone with mask on.
Good morning, everyone. Hello.
So for moderator, can you hear me now? Simon
Hello?
and Jong Jongan.
Yeah, but really lower voice, but I can hear.
Voice is low.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good morning. Can you hear me now? Good morning. Oh, yes.
Yeah, a little bit.
Good.
As the voice is very low, but
Yeah.
we can hear. We can
It's weak.
understand
Good
what
morning,
you
everyone.
say. Yeah, I can.
Yeah, welcome back to 2021 Asia Pacific Climate Service Workshop. Before we officially enter the session, may I remind the participants on WebEx, you can submit your questions by using the raise hand button on WebEx during discussion time. For all the participants online, please submit your questions to our Slido platform.
Should I start?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Dr. Wang, can you hear me?
Yes. Should I start?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, Dr.
Okay,
Chong, can
yeah.
you hear me? Hello, Dr. Chong, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but the voice is very low. I don't know why, but
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second day of 2021 Asia Pacific Climate Service Workshop. Yesterday, we had two keynote speakers talking about climate services for a climate resilient society and challenge of data-driven climate services in Japan. In addition, we discussed climate service development. We hope you enjoy and learn a lot. Today, we're proceeding to session 2, Climate Services, Products and Applications. The moderators of this session are Dr. Chong and Dr. Simon Wang. Dr. Chong is a research fellow from the Prediction Research Department of APAC Climate Center, and Dr. Wang is a professor from the Department of Plants, Soils, and Climate at Utah State University. We have 3 presenters for the first part of session 2. Dr. Jong Chong from APAC Climate Center in Korea, and Dr. Amir Sapkota from University of Maryland School of Public Health in United States, and Mr. Kiichi Shirakawa from Environment and Energy Department in Japan Weather Association. The first half of this session will be hosted by Dr. Wang. Dr. Wang, please.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Simon Wang. I'm currently in United States, in Utah. It is my pleasure to welcome Dr. Jong and Chong. Dr. Chong, a good friend and a colleague from the APAC Climate Center in Korea. Dr. Chong will be giving the speech live, which is very welcoming. And Dr. Chong got his PhD in 2007 from University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign from USA. And he worked at the Johns Hopkins University before moving to Korea and worked in the APEC Climate Center from 2012 onward. So let us welcome Dr. Chong to give us this talk titled about climate information services for resilient development in Vanuatu. Welcome.
Thanks, Simon. Hi everyone, I'm Jong and Chen from APEC Climate Center. First, let me share my slide first. Okay, hopefully you can see my slide. Okay, first of all, thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity to tell you about climate information services for resilient development in Vanuatu. In the presentation, the first part, we will briefly introduce the overview of Mandira, which is a GCF-funded project for Pacific Island country. And then we'll discuss the APCC's 4 major activities for the Vanuatu country. And finally, we'll summarize and withdraw some conclusions from the presentations. Okay, the whole project title is in English, Climate Information Services for Resilient Development Planning in Vanuatu. But in Bislama, it's called Vankirab. So from now, we refer this project as Vankirab. Okay, the Vankirab project is focusing on the 5 key sectors: agriculture, water, fishery, tourism, and infrastructure. Among those 5, APC will focus on the agriculture. So GCF funded total is about 18 million US dollar, and APCC's budget is about 1,150,000 US dollar. And this project will be done by 2024, and there are 2 executing entities, SPREP and Vanuatu Meteorological Development, and there are 3 delivery partners: APCC, CSIRO, and UN. For additional information, Vanuatu is a very small island country. The population is about 300,000. These are the 4 major activities of the APCC. So the first one is some web-based climate information services system. It's called Vanuatu Climate Services for Agriculture, so VACSA. Okay. The other 3 is more of how we implement some valuable component into the VACSA. So second activity is basically how we gonna collect the agro-meteorological data set and how we efficiently and sometimes fancier display this data set. And third one is we need to field trials to calibrate and validate some crop modeling based decision support systems of one of the key components of the VACSA system. And the final one is the CCD, is crop climate diary. This is the one major component of the VACSA. So we'll discuss these things later. Okay, the first one is the VACSA system. Okay, the VACSA stands for Vanuatu Climate Services for Agriculture. There are 4 major climate services. How we gonna display or analyze some meteorological or agricultural data set, and we'll probably provide some recommendation for farmers from some decision-making support system by some crop modeling approach. And the CCD is basically the data collecting app system and web system. And AgriMap routine is we are targeting this VAXA system may be able to semi-automatically issue this AgriMap routine, so including some agricultural recommendation and some climate risks or warning information in the bulletin. Okay, we have been developing this VAXA system by dividing 3 phases. So phase 1 have been already developed. So we developed some whole share of the VAXA system and some basic information will be serviced through the VAXA system. And this CCD will be discussed later. Let's put it next slide. Okay. We are currently in the middle of the second phase of VAXA development. We focus on developing the decision support making system based on crop modeling. We are looking at these 3 crop models, DSET, Workforce 7.1, and Aqua Crop, because these are dealing with some major crop in Vanuatu. But for this year, we just selected cassava for some kind of prototype to implement this decision support system into the VAXA system. And we also developing some how we're gonna this weather information be displaying efficiently through the VAXA system. And based on those information, we also developed some warning or climate risk, agroclimate indices for warning services. And the CCD is a basic, some components have been already developed. And we got some feedback from farmers or extension in Vanuatu when we provided some workshop in there. So this year we are planning to address those feedbacks from the Vanuatu stakeholders. Okay, and then this system will be done with the 3rd phase of VAXA development. Okay, for this we need the long-term meteorological data set, but unfortunately in Vanuatu, particularly it's really hard to get those data. So we decided to develop high-resolution grid climate data based on the cellular images. Okay, we are targeting it's about 5 kilometer resolution. So these are how we these are showing how we develop this high-resolution grid climate data set. So this year we are developing some average air temperature, but rainfall data set were already developed through a similar approach. The second one is basically the collecting and displaying or some analyzing some climate data set. So we developed some R-based AgriMap related software. So basically showing some extreme climate indices. So if you look at this right panel, these are some temperature-based climate extreme indices. So we can see clearly the warming trend, right? So this kind of information will be serviced through the VAXA system. The third one is the field trials. As you know, this kind of data set will be essential to calibrate and validate the VAXA system, specifically the crop modeling based decision support system. And also, based on this, we'll conduct some demonstration plot to show, say, farmers, if you are doing this way, you're gonna have more product, something like that. So this field trial will be really essential, but unfortunately, the corona pandemic, so these activities are way behind the schedule. But currently, we are just finalizing the standard operating procedures, the SOP. So once we've done this SOP, then some farmers or extension may be able to start some field experiments, which will be used for the calibration and validation of the VAXA system. These pictures, a couple years ago, before the corona pandemic, we visited and held some workshop to educate or train some extension and farmers. So we are missing this kind of activity, this kind of communication with some stakeholders in Vanuatu. Hopefully, early next year, we'll be able to do this kind of activities soon. Okay, finally is the CCD. This is just more of how we're gonna collect data set in the field. Okay, there are two CCD, it's a web system and app system. Web system is the one part of the VAXA, but app, we install this app system on tablet PCs. So let's say the farmers may bring the tablet PC to their remote field, and they will collect some planting date or flowering date or some agricultural management practice such as irrigation or fertilizer or chemical spraying if they do. And once they collect those kind of data set, this data set will be synchronized in the web system. But unfortunately, the fields are located in remote areas where the internet access are very low. Practically, it's not accessible. So, but we need some digital map with geographical information. So we decided to develop these offline digital maps. So we used Sentinel-2 satellite images and some deep learning technique also used to develop this high resolution of digital maps. The targeting resolution is 2.5 million. Okay, yep. So we just introduced the Vanuatu and we show what APCC are doing for Vanuatu with this project. And hopefully this presentation will be helpful to understand the Vanuatu project and how the APCC contribute to building the resilience in the Pacific Islands. I think that's all I have today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jong. Perfect timing. According to the schedule, we don't have room for Q&A until later after the 3 talks. So anyone who has questions, please write it down and wait until 9:45 local time. Thank you again, Dr. Jong.
Thanks.
The next speaker is Dr. Amir Sapkota. Professor Sapkota is from University of Maryland, Amir Institute at the Amir Institute for Applied Environmental Health. He got the PhD from John Musting's Bloomberg School of Public Health at Baltimore, Maryland. It is my pleasure to welcome Professor Sapkota. I think he will have a record speech, right? So yeah, let's welcome Amir's talk on early warning system for addressing climate change-driven infectious disease burden.
My name is Dr. Amir Sapkota, and I'm professor at the University of Maryland School of Public Health in the United States. My research focuses on impact of climate change in human health. And today I'm going to be talking about early warning system for addressing climate change-driven infectious disease burden. So I will start with a very brief background, and then I will get into some of the work that we have been doing related to early warning system for diarrheal diseases. So just to start with, 2021 has been really the year of extremes. No matter where you look at, there's just extreme events that are tied to climate change have been appearing in unprecedented level, right? So this here shows the heat wave that struck Western Canada. So the black represents the historical temperature profile, and the red is from this year. And what was remarkable with this heat wave that struck Pacific Northwest of United States and Western Canada is that how nasty it was, right? So generally that area, the Western Canada and Pacific Northwest, is not known for having high temperature to begin with, right? So on average, summertime temperature there is around 25 degrees. But during this time, the temperature in that area reached almost 50 degrees, double that sort of like historical norm, right? So this was unprecedented how nasty this heat wave was. And of course, it ended up killing several hundred people in the northwest United States and 600-700 people in Western Canada. Just unprecedented heat wave. So while this was happening, of course, then there's been a lot of instances of extreme precipitation across the globe, certainly in Europe, but also in Asia too. So these are some of the pictures from India, China, Indonesia, you name it. Every area has been seeing this sort of massive, flooding related to extreme precipitation. So certainly, this sort of extreme weather event is causing, major concern to public health professionals. It impacts human health in so many different ways. We have been looking at it from the perspective of infectious diseases, such as focusing on diarrheal disease, for example. So what we have seen is even in places like Maryland, with a very advanced healthcare system and so forth, really good, municipal drinking water, very advanced sanitation facilities and so forth. What we see is during extreme precipitation, we do see increases in burden of diarrheal diseases. In this particular case, what we observed is that extreme precipitation related diarrheal diseases tend to disproportionately impact coastal communities. In other words, the risk of diarrheal disease during extreme precipitation is much higher in coastal areas compared to non-coastal areas. Right, so this coastal area right here, and this is non-coastal area. Of course, the coastal areas of Maryland, represent the eastern shores, where a lot of people are on septic system and rely on well water for drinking, right? So perhaps during this extreme precipitation event, then there's there may be a fecal contamination of those drinking water as well as recreational water, enhancing the fecal oral route of exposure. We've also been working on a lot of Asian countries, and this is some of the preliminary results from Nepal. And what we see in case of Nepal is the diarrheal disease burden, of course, is much higher during monsoon season. Almost 21% increases in diarrheal disease risk during monsoon season. The risk also depends on the length of the monsoon season, as well as the rainfall amount during a monsoon season, right? So for example, if there's a very heavy rainfall during monsoon season, then that is associated with almost 51% increases in diarrheal disease risk. Less than that, next category is 30% increases in diarrheal disease risk. Not only that, the diarrheal disease risk in Nepal is very much also tied to large-scale weather phenomena such as phases of Enso, which stands for El Nino Southern Oscillation, right? So this is, you're looking at anomaly in sea surface temperature in the Nino 3.4 region. So the warmer phase is called El Nino and the cooler phase is La Nina. So what we see in this case is the diarrheal disease risk in Nepal is higher during La Nina phase and lower during El Nino phase. And that relationship is particularly pronounced in the mountain region. So it's almost 30% increases in diarrheal disease risk during La Nina phase and 25% reduction during El Nino phase, right? So, so why am I talking about phases of Enso? Because phases of Enso we know can be reliably predicted good, with a very good lead time. It's not like weather, right? So weather is incredibly hard to predict beyond 10 days or so. But El Nino, I mean, for example, phases of Enso can be predicted good year in advance, if not more, reliably. So basically looking at the state of science, what we know is temperature and precipitation is intricately related to diarrheal disease risk. And the reason behind that is warmer temperature promotes bacterial growth, that are known to cause these diarrheal diseases, and also increases fly activities. Whereas increased precipitation enhances fecal-oral route of exposure. And this is particularly true in places like Southeast Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa, where you have almost 50% of the population still practice open defecation. Right, so during extreme precipitation, this fecal matter containing a lot of these bacterial pathogen then perhaps get into the drinking water system. A lot of this area don't have municipal drinking water, right? So people drink well water, people drink river water from streams, unprotected wells. So during extreme precipitation, you have that enhances the fecal-oral route of exposure. So what we also know, at least what the most recent APCC report tells us, is that the increases in frequency, duration, and intensity of extreme weather events will continue into the foreseeable future. So that poses a fundamental question, which is how are we going to adapt to this new set of hazards as a society, right? So that's really critical. And that's where early warning system for public health adaptation comes in. And this is something that we have been trying to work on. So recently we established this international consortia called Award APR. We have partners from 6-7 different countries, including Nepal, Sweden, Vietnam, Taiwan, we have China, India, and Indonesia. So the overall mission of this consortia is to reduce extreme weather-related diarrheal disease burden and improve community resilience against threat of climate change. And our goal is to first perform comprehensive analysis of diarrheal disease risk associated with extreme weather events and develop what we call this sub-seasonal early warning system with sub-seasonal to seasonal lead time to enhance public health preparedness against threat of climate change. So to do that, we are taking, we have been using lots and lots of weather data from GHCN network. We are using the ERA5 reanalysis product. We also have flood data. We have, we're also getting the Enso indicator data from NOAA. And then we are gathering lots and lots of, historical diarrheal disease data, right? So then we are using all that information and with the help of machine learning neural network to develop a relationship between all these variables and the risk of diarrheal diseases. So ultimately, our goal is then to use the NOAA's subseasonal to seasonal weather forecast, combine that with this neural network to predict diarrheal disease risk with lead time from weeks to several months. All right, so we'll be able to provide that warning a few weeks ahead to a few months in advance. So that's the idea. So far, we have been successful in compiling a whole bunch of weather data, like I said, GHCN network, as well as the ERFI reanalysis product. And we're also getting lots of data from different countries. And we have been successful in collecting diarrheal disease data from all these different countries. And of course, the temporal resolution as well as the temporal coverage of that data varies a lot, and as well as the spatial coverage. Right, so so far we've been working on developing that neural network, and we have been testing our neural network using data from Nepal, Taiwan, and Vietnam. And what we have observed is that our model that includes most recent weather data, recent diarrheal disease data, as well as historical diarrheal disease data from prior 5-10 years, along with the phases of Enso and so forth, does a pretty good job of predicting diarrheal disease risk. But all of this, of course, is done using past data, right? So it's one thing to test our model using historical data, but then it's a completely different thing to then predict risk into the future, and that's where we are moving right now. We are starting to use bring in the NOAA's S2S forecast. For example, this one shows what the precipitation is going to be like in November of 21, January of 2022, and May of 2022, right? So our idea is we will bring this sort of S2S forecast into the neural network that we have developed thus far using a historical data, and then we'll be able to then take that next leap, so to speak, and then start producing early warnings. So that summarizes some of the work that's going on. I know there was a lot of information about a very short period of time, but I hope to have some discussion during our question and answer session later on. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Sapkota. Wonderful presentation, and it was very well recorded. Please sit tight, and then after the next talk, and all three speakers then can gather, and we can start the Q&A sessions. So our next speaker is Kiichi Shirakawa from Japan. Kiichi works in the Japan Weather Association, and he will talk about their services for climate change mitigation and adaptation in Japan's energy sector. I believe this is a record video as well, so please go ahead. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for giving me a chance to make a presentation today. I'm Kiichi Shirakawa from Japan Weather Association, JWA. Since joining JWA, I have engaged in climate and environment-related services. Today, I will introduce our efforts for climate change mitigation and adaptation in Japan's energy sector, and also talk about the recent trend of climate-related information disclosure, such as TCFD. Firstly, I'd like to introduce our company, JWA, and our climate services. Someone may think that JWA is a government agency, but JWA is a private company. We are developing business by providing detailed weather forecasts and various consulting services. JWA has over 800 employees, and our business is composed of three main pillars: Social and Disaster Management Department, Environment and Energy Department, and Media and Consumer Service Department. In these three departments, we provide services such as those listed here. And we support various customers, including energy company, using meteorological, climate, and environmental information. For energy sector, we provide a lot of services, including observations, analysis, forecast, and so on. And there are many fields, such as wind power, solar power, ocean energy, conventional energy, and energy management. In addition, this is an outline of our climate services. Not only mitigation-related services, such as renewable energy, but we also implement services of climate impact assessment and adaptation strategies. And as general activities, JWA serves as a secretariat for supporting IPCC activities in Japan, prepares detailed climate data by downscaling, and implements public awareness activities such as heat stroke zero projects. Then, I'd like to introduce our effort for climate change mitigation, especially renewable energy. Regarding renewable energy, we have supported a lot of solar power and wind power projects from planning, design to operation phase. And our strong point is that we can provide total support for renewable energy, not only in terms of climate, but also environment, such as SEA, EIA, and environmental monitoring. Now, I would like to briefly introduce the services and their features in each phase. For planning and design of solar power, our support continues for more than 40 years, including NEDO database. Even if there is no observed value of solar radiation, we can estimate it based on the observed value of sunshine duration or satellite images, including overseas. Regarding planning and the design of wind power, evaluating business feasibility is essential. We are making effort to accurately observe and estimate wind conditions, not only for onshore, but also offshore wind. And we support offshore wind power design by using wave and tidal data. We have also participated in a lot of national research and survey projects. And then, for stable operation of electric power, accurate prediction of power output from renewable energy is essential. We are improving the accuracy of solar radiation estimation and prediction utilizing satellite images and our original meteorological model called SYNFOS. We provide forecasts on various timescales, and our services are introduced by many companies. Similarly, for operation of wind power, we are making various efforts to improve forecast accuracy. By combining multiple meteorological models, including our original model, we predict wind speed and wind power output at the target site. And we can also provide sequential correction based on local observation values and information of confidence interval in addition to predicted value. Finally, I'd like to introduce our effort for environmental conservation. From 1960s, we have implemented many EIAs for infrastructure. Regarding wind power in Japan, JWA has the largest share of EIA. And at the planning phase, not only the wind potential but also the environmental constraints can be mapped, making it possible to plan taking into consideration both the environment and business feasibility. Moreover, we have developed a bird monitoring technology. This consists of bird strike detection system and bird migration tracking extraction system. And these systems contribute the reduction of bird strikes by the blades of the wind turbine. This technology has been used for Taiwan's offshore wind power project. And this is the first time that Japanese bird monitoring technology has been adopted for overseas infrastructure equipment. Next, I'd like to introduce our effort for climate change adaptation. As you know, IPCC published its latest assessment report in August this year. As mentioned in the report, the climate is already changing and the extreme climate are increasing all over the world. And further changes are expected in the future. This is a schematic diagram of the impact of climate change on the energy sector. By climate change, such as temperature rise, frequency and the intensity increase of heavy rains, changes in storm track and the intensity and so on, various impacts are concerned on power plants, power transmission, and power demand. To enhance resilience of energy sector, of course, appropriate adaptation strategies are needed, but for that, it is important to understand how and to what extent the impact will appear. These are examples of our climate impact assessment. For example, as a risk assessment of facilities, we collect information of current risks and analyze the data of future climate, then identify high climate risk facilities by storm surge, flood, sediment disaster, and so on. These risks can be analyzed in detail using various meteorological, hydrological, and oceanographic models. And for renewable energy, including hydropower, changes in energy potential are a serious problem. We are also trying to analyze these changes using past and future climate data, such as precipitation, solar radiation, wind speed, and so on. At last, I talk about the recent trend of climate-related information disclosure and our support for TCFD correspondence. TCFD, Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, recommended that companies disclose climate-related risks and opportunities to investors. Regarding risks, two types of risks are recommended to disclose. The one is physical risks, and the other is transition risks. Including TCFD, requests for disclosure of climate-related information are increasing. This slide shows the trend in TCFD disclosure. The number of the organizations which support TCFD recommendation, called TCFD supporters, has been increasing, and Japan and Taiwan are in the top 10 in the world. Many private companies have begun disclosing climate-related information, and among them, the disclosure rate of the energy industry was the highest. Energy companies assess and disclose information about their own risks, including physical risks such as increase in extreme rainfall in hydro catchments. JWA, as a climate expert, supports companies to respond to TCFD recommendation, especially focusing on physical risk assessment, by analyze future climate, this climate impact assessment on corporate facilities, and so on. We can implement detailed analysis using the climate model output, and based on these results, the companies reflect climate-related information on strategic planning and risk management, and finally, disclose financial impact. As mentioned so far, JWA supports the energy sector through various mitigation and adaptation services. Harmonability is a coined word of JWA, and our mission is to create a society in harmony with nature. As a part of the mission, we would like to continue to make every effort to mitigate climate change and realize a climate-resilient society. Thank you very much for your kind attention. 感謝您的關注。
Thank you, Kiichi's talk. This is very comprehensive. I'm very impressed. You know, in the beginning, you mentioned you're not JMA, but it seems to me it's just it's another JMA. Okay, let's just say that as an admiration. So it's perfect timing for all the speakers. This is really good. And so the floor opens for questions now. So I'd like to invite all three speakers to please, if you can turn on your video, if people can see you, it'd be great. Or at least please turn on your microphone. So I'm going to ask is there any questions from the audience, please? You can unmute and ask. Johnny has one.
Yes, I have a question for Professor Sapkota. You talk about the lead time in your presentation and why it is so important in the context of your work for public health. Can you also suggest us in your study, in your team, can you provide an outcome for policy implication for National Health Agency?
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank the organizer for extending the invitation. I know this is a little bit late here for me. It's almost 10 o'clock in the evening. But to get back to the issue of lead time. So in public health, lead time is very critical because when we talk about how to respond to disaster, how to prepare for disaster, right? So it really takes time to mobilize resources. So for example, if, we know something is happening in the next couple of days, it's incredibly difficult to reallocate resources, move around, let's say the doctors or nurses or whatever, even, equipped hospitals. So that takes time. Having that sub-seasonal to seasonal lead time is critical because I have had a lot of interaction with, health departments that are working, doing this kind of work in the field. And, and then we have provided them, for example, future projection, with the 50-year or 100-year lead time. And so that's the other extreme, right? So, but that is too far in horizon. They can't even think that far ahead because they are so, busy with, trying to address issue at the present. Climate projection-based warning are in a way, meaningless for health professional, whereas, just the weather-based warnings with a few days lead time is not enough, right? So they are really interested in knowing what happens next season, for example. So their message to us have been, please tell us how the situation would be next summer, that we can prepare for, right? So that's where we are, for our work, the lead time is very, very critical. So getting back to your question about policy implication. So I think what I would like to comment is as the prior speaker succinctly alluded to, the IPCC report tells us that these sort of extreme weather events are the new norm, right? So even if we were to, have the most efficient mitigation efforts right now, these sort of like extreme events that we are witnessing will continue into the foreseeable future because of the changes that have already taken place. So it really is, in our best interest to think about the adaptation. So this sort of, I think, warning system for adaptation strategy in the forefront of all government agencies, so to speak.
，I'd like to call for all the attendees to please turn off your mic. Yes, I think that would be the safest way. So will be only the a person asking question or the speaker answering question should turn their mic on. Thank you. Thank you, Amir, for your answers. I actually had a similar question about the disease build-up time and in the week or months, but you kind of already answered that. I'm just curious about especially in Nepal, especially when any regional climate that has direct connection or strong connection with something like El Nino and La Nina, that lead time and build-up time up to the disease outbreak. Do you have any experimental empirical value for the time, like how many weeks, how many months, from the climate prediction up to the disease outbreak?
So I think what you're talking about is the lag time between the onset of this sort of like event and when the disease starts. So for this type of infectious diseases, that could be pretty fast. You're talking about days to weeks at best. But in other cases, the lag time could be several weeks or even month, right? So we know, for example, extreme heat and mortality, you see a lot of death right away during the heat wave or right after the heat wave, but then you see residual effect weeks later too. So we haven't really looked at that in the context of Nepal, but we have done some work, such work in US, and that certainly has been our experience.
Thank you, Amir. Any questions from the audience or any of the speakers? Yes, Dr. Chong.
My question is going to Mr. Kiichi Shirakawa. Yeah. So I just wondering what resolution we're gonna have from the SynForce. You said some estimation and prediction system, and if you also what's the least requirement for the resolution for that solar farming and wind farming for energy sector? The forecast data set. If you think any the least requirement of the resolution of that forecast data set.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the question. But I'd like to confirm your question. You asked the resolution for the forecast solar or wind power, solar power. Yeah.
Yeah. Both.
Yeah. I see. Okay. So my presentation, can I share my slide here? Okay.
If we could, I think I can do.
I think so, right?
Yeah,
Connie?
thank you. Yeah. Yeah. So we provide the forecast solar power, for example. So our data of our resolution of the data is 500 meter or the 1 kilometer. So the yeah. So the for
I think
yeah.
The 1 kilometer of resolution will be fine for the solar power, but what about wind power? I think we need probably the higher resolution for wind power. So do you have any for that though?
Yeah, thank you very much. So so actually the wind power, so the forecast for the wind power is need more detailed resolution. But the for the sorry, what to say in English? The stable the stability of the electricity. So the not only one wind farm, but also the output of the many wind farm in the area. So so if we can wide if we can supply the wide sorry wide area output, it can be the what to say sorry yeah.
So probably you may want to say even if we have some little bit lower resolution of a wind forecast, but we can estimate more accurately with some other data set. That's what you want to say? Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you very much.
Oh yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And one more question for Professor. Yeah, Sapkota. Yeah, Sapkota. Yeah. I just wondering. For the lead times associated with the Dr. Lin's question, S2S probably perfectly fit into the disease applications. But as you know, the S2S is the accuracy or predictability is even much lower than even seasonal forecast data set. So I'm wondering how you're gonna get through those kind of some disadvantage of the S2S data set.
I think that's certainly the gorilla in the room, right? So the accuracy is certainly questionable. But having said that, I think there has been a huge progress in that, even within the past few years, right? So the S2S forecast that we used to get a few years ago is very different from now, right? So I think it's constantly improving, and I think this is something that everybody recognizes that's really urgently needed and quite useful too. So we've always had really good climate model, very good weather forecast, but the in between is always been sort of the dark black box. But I think having said that, there's like I said, it's constantly improving. So we are hopeful that will continue to improve in the future, but also in addition to that, we are also using, for example, the phases of Enso, right? So that is quite reliable, so we know, like, for example, what the phases of Enso is going to be in next month, or even next 6 months and so forth. And we know that Enso is such a, the weather regime across the world are so dependent on the phases of Enso, right? So, and then certainly we have the understanding of the prior diseases, right? So these diarrheal diseases are, sort of like cyclic, like they go up in the summertime and come down in the wintertime and so forth. So all of them are not perfect enough themselves, but when we combine all of those together, I think that's when we start to get a little bit better at that. So it's certainly not perfect, but I think combination of all those things together certainly gives us the hope that it's going to be useful. It's not going to be, what we are trying to produce is not, the exact number, so to speak, right? It's not right, like a fortune telling, but rather is the risk going to be above average, below average, or or significantly above average, right? And that sort of information in of itself is very useful when you're talking about preparedness. So yes, it's not a perfect information, but I think we can work with that imperfect information.
Thank you.
Yeah, Amir, very insightful answer. I have some comments, but I'm gonna ask for more questions from the audience.
I have questions for Dr. Chong and our colleague from JWA, Mr. Shirakawa. For Dr. Chong, for in your Vanuatu case, can you share more of your case, in your experience? What is the key to have the success for building those climate information service in Vanuatu, including the communication with the farmers and the local agencies? And can you also provide some example you think you cannot fulfill? What is the difficulty? Can you share the experience with us? And for Mr. Shirakawa, I would like to ask the TCFD issues in Japan. And one question is it mandatory for Japanese company to provide the TCFD report to their shareholders? What role does JW play between private companies and the financial authority agency in Japan? Is there any thought building any climate risk data platform which can also be required by financial authority to enhance and promote the idea of TCFD in Japan? Those are my questions for the speakers. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Johnny. So I'll let Jong answer first, and then Kiichi can follow next.
Okay.
Dr. Chong, please.
Thanks, Dr. Lee. Again, for the Vanuatu project is called Vancura. There is some other project to support some developing countries. The first things I keep in mind is sustainability. I mean, whatever system we develop is going to be sustainable by their own operation. So I think this is some key success for any some support or some aid project for developing countries, but it's really hard. you asked me also there's some difficulty. That's the some most difficult things we have to do. I mean, for the sustainable operation and management for any some targeting system, we have to sufficiently educate or train the staff who are going to operate or manage the system. But based on my experience, the training and education, some temporary or very short term of the training and educational program is not sufficient. It's not enough to get a certain capacity to self-operate their own system. So while I'm conducting this kind of supporting or aid project for developing countries, that's my really big issue to figure out. So even though you have two questions for me, my answers are just one: sustainability.
Okay. Kiichi, please.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Regarding the TCFD and the disclosure of the climate information, at the present, disclosure of climate risk is not obligatory and is recommended. So, but from April next year, in Japan, for listed company on the prime called prime market, which will be the real top the Tokyo Stock Exchange, the disclosure in line with the TCFD recommendation will be required next year. As a measure to promote the disclosure along with TCFD, there is an organization called TCFD Consortium, which many supporting companies participate and share information related to TCFD. And each ministry in Japan prepares and publish various guidance on TCFD scenario analysis and the risk assessment method. For example, general guidelines are published by the Ministry of Environment, and the specific guidelines, such as specific to the field of real estate or food supply chain, have also been created. Also, as introduced in those guidelines, the platform for understand climate change impact and adaptation is developed and being updated by National Institute for Environmental Studies and other organizations, including private company, are starting development of such climate information system, I think. Is it okay?
Need to have any follow-up? You good? Okay. Thank you, Kiichi and Jong. Any other questions from the audience? You can also type in the chat. We have about 12 minutes more to go. So if not, I have a question for Jong. It's about, do you have a standard operation procedure for the feedback collection from farmers and users, stakeholders, to test and use your system and then provide feedback as an improvement? We know once you launch the product and then start using over time, you're gonna have a lot of questions. Do you have like a standard procedure or time frame? Any experience you can share from that? As product end up getting better because of their feedback. Thank you.
Yeah, this really is one of the other difficult things, most difficult thing, I mean. Okay. During the project period, we can communicate, and the step probably easy to have request some or say management or some kind of after service. But once the project is over, I think that period is much more important than just during the period. So after the project period, some issue could happen, right? So my targeting or my approach is during the project period, I planning to some training or education or even a little bit some longer period of education or training or some support, and then fully or enough educate them so that after the project they can do manage or operate the system by themselves. So that's some kind of approach. So we better have some sufficient or enough education or training period during the whole project period. So one thing is really the best way I think is I really would like to invite the staff or officers who is going to operate the system into my center. Then for probably a couple of months will be enough to sufficiently enough educate or training the officer. So if I could, I'd like to invite some targeting officer to my center to fully transfer my knowledge into the officer. I think that's the better communicate way, especially geographically really away between the Vanuatu and Korea, as you know.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Communication is all important, but I guess it's the most difficult.
Right.
Yes. So I have a follow-up comment for Amir. Your research and your project really echoes in me in that as you mentioned, subseasonal predictability has its inherent bias and very low predictability. However, we are all seeing some successful cases in applications, and this is something I feel like what can be saved, what can save the S2S prediction that is from application side. So health is one. My personal experience mostly come from agriculture side and then also hydrology side. The most recent example is Nepal. We know that this past winter, their dry season, they had the driest winter season ever. And it has the very bad drought, and then was immediately followed by fires, widespread fires. So forest fire is something that's just coupled into the air and soil and then the biosphere systems. And then that actually built up into this, what you mentioned, Amir, the lag time. And it seems to lock in to get over this weather noise and then turn into predictability. And for example, we found that if you use the drought index, hydrological drought index, 2 months before any month starting from January, Nepal's dry season, and the chance of picking up, wildfire activities in February, March into April increase a lot. And that falls into this sweet spot of subseasonal predictability. So the models might be failing, but it's not really that, because when meteorologists try to compute this predictability or skill from models, they're very strict. You're comparing, amount and locations, but over time, those biosystems like forest and soil, they actually, their effect won't happen immediately. There's a lag time, as you mentioned. The lag time smooths out they accumulate this drier anomaly or wetter anomaly, and then they start to have a response. I think the most famous example is the prediction for Japan's cherry blossom. It's really accurate, and that's it's something that built in these physical systems, hydrological systems that actually helps increase the subseasonal prediction. So I guess that leads to just one very general question for you, Amir, is that do you think that in the health part, something there can really be developed specifically for S2S or what? Let me rephrase my question. I think that the modern S2S operation is very meteorological. What I mean by that is they still follow the weather prediction route. But the subseasonal things, like health, it takes time to build up. So the operation and application, from my observation, that success hasn't really been feedback to weather center or modeling centers. So it's really broad general question. Just what do you think about this? What can we do for the next 3-5 years to kind of like help the S2S community to go forward? Thank you.
So I think in the health field, this hasn't taken up quite yet, right? So it's health field has always been sort of like even in the whole climate change work when I started doing this line of work. There was a discussion on every single other aspect of our planetary system, but health. Health has always been sort of like a last to arrive on the table, so to speak. So even in the S2S, I think there are like other fields that are way ahead of health, like you mentioned. But I think it's slowly starting to catch up, and it's still at its infancy. But I think we cannot, there's no alternative to it, right? Because we face so much challenges in terms of like I said earlier, mobilizing resources. It's really critical. We improve on that subseasonal to seasonal outlook for the health system, because just even if something is going to happen 3-4 days later, it's incredibly difficult to mobilize resources, right? I mean, think about even in terms of the COVID vaccination, right? And like when it started in China, and we knew it was going to come, but it was sort of like a slow train wreck arriving, and it was like utter failure, right? So we just could not stop it, right? So I think there needs to be a lot more emphasis on working on that subseasonal to seasonal arena, and I think I foresee in the next few years a lot of emphasis on that. And like I said earlier, I think the accuracy of the system would be improving too. But to come back to your question about what else, what is on the horizon, I think one thing that we are focusing on this is the notion of this compound hazard, right? Like you said, even in the context of the forest fire, right? So you have droughts followed by forest fires, and then the deterioration in air quality, and that what leads to death from respiratory diseases, asthma exacerbation, hazards co-occur, or they cascade one after another, right? So drought, then you have forest fire and extreme precipitation that leads to massive landslides and so on and so forth. So these are all compound hazard. And so I think that is also that I see as another arena that will be gaining a lot of traction, and then people are already starting to work on that. And we have all sort of like in the epidemiology field, we have looked at the interaction of those two hazards, but we haven't really looked at it in the context of climate change. What happens when these different hazards coexist together, like for example, extreme heat event and higher pollution episodes, right? So if you look at like urban city centers, they're known for their urban heat island effect. But that rise in temperature also enhances production of ozone. Or you have massive forest fire that creates tremendous amount of air pollution, the particulate matter that brings in, and then you have co-occurrence of that extreme heat event or heat wave and that extreme air pollution episodes occurring simultaneously. And those we know are much more detrimental than if you were exposed to that individual hazard, right? So there's a lot of work, I think, that we'll be seeing onto that too. So predicting that sort of, even occurrence of those compound hazard, I think will go a long way in terms of, the helping public health preparedness too. So I know that's sort of like a roundabout way of getting to your question, but I hope that answers some of it.
Oh, yeah, it does. Thank you, Amir. It's very insightful. I mean, I'm overall optimistic to, after listening to all three talks, I feel like to wrap up, I feel like we have a lot of potentials to apply the S2S predictions that from the generation side, the generator side, the meteorology side. I think you might not have too much value, but over and over again, from all of your talks, you're showing some sort of a success by building the initial weather and climate forecast. I'm not talking about projections, but really the subseasonal predictions onto something that people know what will trigger a chain reaction, and then we work on that. But that it's hard on how do we not only build up this programming or like a computer chain of information transfer, but also experts, because sitting in a room we have experts from all different fields just to translate and chain up our expertise and then make this seamless prediction. I think it's a future challenge, but the fact that we all sit here and talk about it, I think it signals a very bright future. So on behalf of the organizing agencies, I'd like to thank Jong and Kiichi. I'd like to thank Amir for spending time with us and provide these wonderful presentations. I will turn the floor back to Johnny or the host there, because I guess by the time we are heading into the break now. Thank you again. I hope everyone in the room can unmute and then unmute now and then applause.
Actually, we do have
We
the
don't hear this
function
enough
for the clips.
in virtual meetings. Thank you.
Can I show you that? See?
Thank you,
So-
Dr. Jong, Dr. Wang, Dr. Sapkota, and Mr. Shirakawa. Now, it's time for a group photo. May I ask all the moderators and participants to turn on your camera so we can have a group photo together? Thank you.
Okay. For
take
our
it
overseas foreign speakers, it's our apology that we need to wear our mask when we talk, but it's new rules from our government starting from this Tuesday that we can take a photo without wearing a mask today. So I would like to ask the APCSW staff and all our CW people, you can take off your face mask right now for a good photo. Sorry for if you feel uncomfortable when we use face mask during the
Just stop
discussion.
breathing. We have a health expert here.
3, 2, 1, cheese. Thank you. We're now going to take a short break for session 2. The second part of session 2 will begin at 10:40 a.m. Taipei time. And we will have Dr. Mandira Singh Shrestha, Ms. Bora Kim, and Ms. Meng-Shih Chen to give us 3 more presentations. Please come back and join us on time. Thank you.
Thank you again. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The ground shook violently as a strong earthquake caused unprecedented destruction. A global average of more than 150 earthquakes occur every year, which are magnitude 6 or greater, often resulting in staggering destruction.
大家对地震事实上是主要是恐惧为主啊，真正认识还不是很多。
对地震要即将来袭的防护，来做一点应变，最主要就是希望能够保护人民的生命。
6 million years ago, Taiwan was born from the head-on collision between the Philippine Sea Plate and the Eurasian Plate, and the aftershocks of this impact have continued to this day. Earthquakes are frequent in Taiwan. The CWB has set up more than 700 earthquake monitoring stations in one of the world's most intensive seismic networks. As more than 70% of Taiwan's earthquakes take place off the shores of eastern Taiwan, the CWB decided to set up a safety net in the eastern waters.
在过去，我们有2期的海缆计划，已经在海面上布建了一些海底的电缆跟一些观测仪器。接下来就要继续延伸。我们有3期的海缆计划，几乎是环绕了半个台湾了。
It's the René Descartes, the second largest cable-laying vessel in the world. During this 30-day voyage, they will build a new line of defense under the sea in Taiwan's waters.
绑掉，绑了，别绑了。好，你们可以开始拉了。
This mission is a race against time. The 70 crew members on board the 12,000-ton René Descartes work around the clock to lay the 620-kilometer cable off the eastern coast, where the challenging work is compounded by weather conditions. Staff slowly pull out the cable along a track. Extreme care must be taken with every move, because the star of this project, namely the Undersea Observation Unit, is located at the cable junctions. The instruments inside the Undersea Observation Unit include tsunami pressure gauge, ocean bottom velocity seismometer, ocean bottom accelerometer, clinometer, and modules for signal processing, data transmission, and power supply. These instruments can detect even the slightest undersea disturbance as soon as it happens. In 2011, the CWB completed Phase 1 of the Earthquake and Tsunami Marine Cable Monitoring System. It laid a 45-kilometer-long cable extending from Tocheng Ilan to the outer sea. An undersea real-time monitoring station was set up. Phase 2 began in 2015 and was completed in 2017. It extended the system by 70 kilometers to the south, upgraded one existing undersea real-time monitoring station, and added 2 new ones. Phase 3 involves laying cable around the Hengchun Peninsula. From a landing point at Fangshan, Pingdong, the cable will extend northward in the seas off Taidong and Hualien, integrating phases 1 and 2 of the marine cable system. Phase 3 will involve deployment of new submarine cables totaling 620 kilometers in length and 6 more real-time undersea monitoring stations. An intensive network of undersea monitoring stations will enable rapid data transmission to the CWB.
摇晃比较大的地震波还没有侵袭到本岛之前，我们把那个讯息赶快送出去。
我们这条海缆把这个东部外海的地震全部包覆在内，预警的时间我们缩短到10秒，未来还需要更短。这就我们将来的目标。
我们有3期的海缆计划，几乎是环绕了半个台湾了哈，对我们未来在地震预警作业上面都应该是非常有正面的帮助。
Earthquake-prone Taiwan has constantly improved its earthquake warning capabilities and established a tightly knit safety net from land to the bottom of the sea. Through numerous challenging projects, decade after decade, the CWB is dedicated to protecting Taiwan and its people every step of the way.
Dear Donalyn, this is my first visit in Taiwan. It's so beautiful, especially cycling on the island. You've got to see this place for yourself. Hi everyone, I'm here at the Ho Phong cycling track. Back in the day, this was a railroad. And other than the word beautiful, what I can say to describe it is that it's peaceful here. And I actually felt safe because as I was riding the bicycle, I was saying hi to the locals and they would wave back to me. So that was really nice. And to just emphasize the beauty of this place, you can be alone and you would still enjoy being here. I'm now here at the Paper Dome here in Nantou County. This dome is actually made up of paper, hence the name. And it's so mesmerizing that I had to change my clothes to fit in. I want to see places like this every day. So nice. You have to see this in person.
It's a good day to have a good day. So tighten up your laces and be on your way. It's a good time to have a good time. So feel the beat down in your bones and smile. Oh, take your hands and dig deep into your soul. Let yourself lose control.
Right now I'm exploring the most famous place in Taiwan, the Sun Moon Lake. It's the number 9 out of 10 best cycling paths in the world. And it's called the Sun Moon Lake because of its shape. Shaped like the sun and the moon about to collide. I really enjoyed biking here because of the fresh air, because of their preserved trees. And it's cold and sunny at the same time, making it just right. And then watching the sunrise was just pleasant and relaxing. I really enjoyed it. When I thought I was done exploring the Sun Moon Lake, I found out that there's a cable car I could take so I can see the top of the lake. So I'm actually going to be able to see the shape of the sun and moon of the shape of the lake. Okay, so let's go. Let's go! Let's go inside. Oh, let's go.
Okay.
Can you say something?
I can hear you, but your voice is very low.
Oh, can you hear me?
It happened the first session. So, but yeah. I think it should be fine.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, good. Great, thank you. Dr. Shrestha, can you hear me? Yeah, good, thank you. Okay. Before we officially enter the session, may I remind the participants on WebEx, if you for the second part of session 2, Dr. Mandira Singh Shrestha from International Center for Integrated Mountain Development in Nepal, Ms. Bora Kim from APEC Climate Center in Korea, and Ms. Meng-Shih Chen from Central Weather Bureau in Taiwan. The second half of this session will be hosted by Dr. Jong. Dr. Jong, please.
Thank you. Yeah. Hello everyone. I'm Jong and Chun. I'm currently working at the APEC Climate Center. It's really be an honor to handle this second half of this session. So our first speaker is Dr. Mandira Shrestha. She is working at the International Center for Integrated Mountain Development as program coordinator. She will give a speech entitled with climate services for informed decision making in the Hindu Kush Himalayan region. Please welcome her speech.
Thank you all for joining this meeting today. I'm delighted to be making this presentation on climate services in the Hindu Kush Himalayan region for informed decision making at the local level. I'm Mandira Singh Shrestha, and I work for the International Center for Integrated Mountain Development. For the presentation today, I would like to present to you a background of the Hindu Kush Himalayan region, and then about the climate change issues in the region, talk about the disaster risk reduction issues, the increasing trends, and some of the challenges and opportunities in climate services and risk reduction, provide you with an overview of climate services and its temporal and spatial scales, reducing risks, vulnerability, and exposure through the use of various climate services with examples of climate change adaptation measures in the region, as well as introduce you to the ARC program and the work that we are doing at the local level in terms of localizing climate services, and then providing with a summary. So the International Center for Integrated Mountain Development, we are an international regional mountain knowledge learning center located in Kathmandu, Nepal, and primarily working towards promoting sustainable mountain development for mountains and people of 8 countries: Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, China, India, Myanmar, Nepal, and Pakistan. And this region, the Hindu Kush Himalayan region, is the largest reserve of ice outside the polar region. So we are also known as the third pole. We are source of 10 major rivers of Asia, and primarily the Indus, the Ganges, and the Brahmaputra. We have diverse cultures, languages, religions, as well as traditional knowledge systems. We are known for our biodiversity. So we house 4 global biodiversity hotspots. So the HKH region, we have 240 million people living in this region, which depends directly in the HKH for the lives and their livelihoods, and about 1.9 billion people in the upstream and in the downstream depends on the HKH for water, food, and energy, and about more than 35% depends indirectly from HKH resource and ecosystems services throughout the world. Now, what are some of the key issues of this mountain environment? Well, we live in a multi-hazard environment with floods, landslides, droughts, gulfs, and many different types of hazards. Whatever happens in the upstream very much impacts those living in the downstream, and also climate change and variability have profound impacts given the very steep mountain terrains. Connectivity and accessibility is an issue, and the governance mechanisms are often weak, and institutions and institutional mechanisms also poor, and capacity varies in the region. In terms of climate context, in a 1.5 degree world, warming will likely be at least 0.3 degrees higher in the HKH region, that is about 1.8 degrees, and in some places even 0.7 degrees higher, for example, in the Northwest Himalaya and Karakoram. And this is a direct outcome of the study, the Hindu Kush Himalayan assessment that was launched in 2019, February. And according to that report, the HKH will warm more than the global mean and more rapidly at higher elevations. What does it mean in terms of extreme events? Well, there's increase in intensity and frequency. And when we're looking at the normals, we see that precipitation extremes are increasing, and there are more extreme and erratic rainfall happening. For example, the events that occurred in Chamoli, in Uttarakhand early this year, as well as in Meng-Shih in June in Nepal. So both warming and precipitation extremes are likely to increase in the future in the region. So by the end of the century, 2 to 4 degrees warmer is likely, and that the higher elevations are going to be warming more rapidly, and on average 8 to 12% increase in precipitation. So there's more precipitation, extreme events that are going to be likely. So what does it mean to our snow and glaciers? Well, in a 1.5 degree world, glaciers in the HKH region will lose mass by 1/3 of their volume by 2100, and when looking at business as usual under the current emission trends, 2/3 of their volumes will be lost. So that's quite alarming. So there's large portions of snow-covered areas and snow volumes which will deplete over the years, and that the runoff will increase. That means more glacial lakes and more glacial lake outburst floods in the future. So we need to prepare and mitigate to build resilience of people and communities. According to the statistics, we see that the economic and human impacts of natural disasters are increasing, and particularly looking at the typologies of disasters, 1/3 of these disasters are counted by floods alone. Many of these are transboundary floods and with shared vulnerabilities across national borders. And often during these disasters, we find that there's differential impact, that is, women and men are differently affected by disasters. And this is due to women's lack of access to information. It's also limited mobility and decision-making power, and then limited access to resources and training. And often this is because of gender-based sociocultural norms and barriers, and also high rates of male outmigration. So what are some of the challenges? Well, there's an increase in intensity and frequency of these disasters. There's also inadequate climate monitoring networks, observing networks, particularly in higher altitudes. There's a lack of sharing of data and information across borders, across institutions, and the capacity also varies in the region. There's limited tailored climate services that is actionable as well as gender responsive. So in terms of opportunities, there's an opportunity to harmonize of climate data and information, to work on standardization of risk assessment methodologies. We're also having increasing demand for climate services in all these various thematic areas on agriculture and food security, weather and climate services, water and related disasters, as well as land use, land cover, and ecosystem services for increasing and improving the adaptive capacity to climate change. And there's also greater potential on use of Earth observations and geospatial tools and technologies for monitoring, assessing, and forecasting, and as well as building capacity, learning, and co-creating and developing innovative solutions to understand, interpret, as well as use some of these tools. So what do we mean by climate services? So the World Meteorological Organization defines climate services as the science-based information and forecast that empower decision makers at different levels to anticipate and manage climate-related shocks and opportunities. So we're looking at the production, that is the generation of data and information, curating and analyzing that, as well as packaging that into products, then delivering it, or disseminating it to the various users for the purpose of making various policies for decision-making, for making plans, as well as for operational purposes at their different scales, both at the spatial and temporal scale. At the spatial scale, we're looking at the global scale, the global framework for climate services, the regional and national scales, for example, the Third Pole Regional Climate Center, as well as the local level. And at the time scale, we're looking at historical time scales, we're looking at the weather time scales, we're looking at seasonal, sub-seasonal time scales, as well as the climate projections. So in order to reduce risks and vulnerabilities and exposure, IPCC has adopted a framework that is also provided in the special report on extremes, where disaster risk is a function of three elements: weather and climate events, that's the hazard, the vulnerability, and exposure. So in order to reduce disaster risks, there needs to be the development of proper disaster risk management and mitigation strategies, as well as adoption of climate change adaptation, for which science and technology is very much essential to develop early warning systems and pre-warn people on time, build ecosystem resilience, also have adequate finance in place, and build and develop knowledge base, enhance partnerships, and also integrate gender and improve governance. Now, following that framework, ICIMOD has been working in a number of different applications of climate services. For example, the forest fire information system in Nepal as well as in Bhutan, where the forest fire detection and monitoring system has been put in place, and the government, the Ministry of Forest and Environment, is implementing it. Another example is the innovation in technologies for end-to-end flood early warning systems, whereby we're looking at the use of advanced technology in terms of data acquisition, collection using real-time data through sensors, then data transmission by GPRS, GSM technologies and satellite iridium, and use of ICT tools and techniques for risk communication, and also integrating satellite-based information like the rainfall estimates for increasing lead time. Example of this is the HKH HYCOS, part of the World Hydrological Cycle Observing System of WMO, to promote regional flood early warning. We're working with 8 countries in the region, and we've developed an outcome, a product that is a regional flood outlook, which uses the observed real-time data as well as various satellite-based data from the GPM as well as various other inputs, and then provides a 3-day outlook of forecast using various other data inputs like the GFS as well as the NOAA data. Another example is the ARC program, the Asia Regional Resilience to a Changing Climate, whereby we are working with the Met Office. We are working on all the different time scales, particularly ICIMOD is working with the Met Office on the weather time scale as well as the future climate change projections time scale, and also working in strengthening knowledge and gaps on socioeconomic values of services. We're looking at 4 countries: Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Nepal, and Pakistan. And we're looking into increasing the resilience to weather and climate risk through enhanced regional coordination, capacity, and tools for decision-driven weather and climate services, and adopting the science exchange and capacity development. So various activities have taken place over the last 3 years, particularly in 2019, various face-to-face events were possible. So various regional workshops identified needs and priorities in the region. And in 2020 and 21, we've been working mainly developing various capacity building activities using Cordex data in the region, climate projections, as well as impact-based forecasting, but mainly doing it in online because of the COVID pandemic. At the local level, we've also mapped the climate services landscape in Chitwan. We've held different stakeholder consultations, primarily with the goal to understand the types of users, their needs and priorities, as well as the types and methods of services, the level of awareness they have, and their needs in terms of the ability to use and capacity building requirements. We are now working to develop a digital agromet advisory system based on ICT tools, and also developing capacity development modules at various levels. So the common needs and priorities in the HKH region is primarily to strengthen capacity for the use of advanced tools and forecasting of data assimilation at all 3 time scales: impact-based forecasting, seasonal outlooks, and climate projections. Need to strengthen the institutional capacities and coordination of all different actors at different levels, from regional, national to local levels, and the tailoring of climate information to the needs of specific users for societal benefits. And then the need for awareness raising, enhancing capacity, communications, and dissemination of climate information to at least to reach out to the last mile, to the end users, particularly keeping in mind the language, the social cultural norms, and the mode of communication. So in summary, since disasters and climate know no borders, we need to address transboundary issues for which co-development and co-designing of solutions with new innovative techniques and approaches is essential. And we need to make policies aligned to local and global targets, particularly the Sendai DRR framework, the Paris agreements, and the SDGs. We need to align with the national needs and priorities and not work in isolation. So develop and implement innovative solutions, strengthen climate services and local decision making, and bring the users and providers together and develop institutional as well as individual capacities. We need to document best practices and promote sharing of data and innovation for risk reduction. And finally, we need to strengthen partnerships and networks with various stakeholders, so academia, government, civil society, private sector, to adopt a multi-hazard risk assessment approach and also facilitate knowledge sharing and cooperation on science and data to enhance climate resilience. So thank you very much for your patient listening, and I would be happy to take some questions. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shrestha. So we're gonna have the Q&A session in the right after the third speech by Mrs. Chen. So let's move to second speaker. Second speaker is Mrs. Bora Kim. She's currently working at the APEC Climate Center as Senior International Project Manager. She will give her talk on some interesting title with the intersectoral needs for climate services in the faces of climate change. Let's welcome her.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Chen, for the introduction. As he mentioned, my name is Bora Kim. I work as the Senior International Project Manager at the External Affairs Department in the APEC Climate Center. So it's my pleasure to speak today. I'll be talking about the intersectoral needs for climate services that are increasing in the face of climate change. So first, I'd like to address why climate services are so critical and will continue to become even more critical with climate change impacts. So in the past 2 years, we've seen the devastating impacts that climate extremes can have, and that's been even more compounded by the still ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. In WMO's 2020 State of the Climate report, they reported that 2020 was one of the 3 warmest years on record, with a global mean temperature of 1.2 degrees Celsius above the 1850 to 1900 baseline. And unfortunately, the UN Climate Change NDC synthesis reports published last month indicates that unless countries take immediate action, we may be headed to a temperature rise of around 2.7 degrees by the end of the century. And just 2 days ago, the UN also published the production gap report, which shows that although many governments have actually pledged to lower their emissions and even set some net zero targets, they still haven't made plans to wind down production of the fossil fuels to make those plans happen. So that report shows that governments still plan to produce more than double the amount of fossil fuels in 2030 than what would be consistent with limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, and 45% more than consistent with limiting warming to 2 degrees Celsius. So keeping those thresholds in mind, we can take a look at the IPCC AR6 climate change report on the physical science basis, which highlighted the changes in climate that we can expect based on different levels of global warming, and also the changes that we're already seeing at the current 1 degree warming threshold. So we can see here the changes expected in regional mean temperature with each global warming scenario. And at the top, you can see the comparison of the simulated change at 1 degree of global warming versus the actual observed change with 1 degree of global warming, which shows the consistency between the observation and simulation at this time. And here in this figure, we can see the changes expected in precipitation and soil moisture. So you can see in all of these figures that the changes get larger and more extreme with each global warming scenario from 1.5 degrees up to 4 degrees. And in this figure, you can see the increase of extreme temperature events, heavy precipitation, and agriculture and ecological droughts with each level of global warming. So here, it's shown that presently with our current level warming of 1 degree, we're already seeing 2.8 times likely occurrence of 10-year hot temperature extreme events, which will grow to 4.1 times with 1.5 degrees, 5.6 times with 2 degrees, and 9.4 times with 4 degrees of warming. And for the 50-year events, we're already seeing 4.8 times likely occurrence. And you can see a similar pattern of increased likelihood of these extreme climate events with increased warming in heavy precipitation, as well as the agriculture and ecological droughts. So with these projected changes in climate patterns that we're seeing in these reports and all of the extreme events, we can see why the WMO would highlight that climate change associated with the rising CO2 concentration levels would lead to high impact events that threaten multiple sustainable development goals, ranging all the way from rising poverty, including food insecurity, water scarcity, rising inequalities, all the way to conflict. And the World Economic Forum 2021 Global Risk Report, which is based on the Global Risk Perception Survey completed by 800 WEF members, indicates that global perception of the risks of climate change have increased in the past 10 years. So in this figure, environmental risks are indicated in green. And you can see that the increase in green as the years go by. In the 2020 report, wherein the survey was conducted before the COVID-19 pandemic, the top 5 risks were all environmental. And you can see that in 2021, extreme weather is the first global risk named in the latest report. So this indicates that it's not only the public sector that is concerned by climate change, but the private sector is also seeing climate change and specifically extreme weather as a risk, with the report stating that failure to act will lead to catastrophic physical event impacts and severe economic harm. And it makes sense, really, that awareness around this has increased. So global economic losses from natural disasters were estimated to be around $268 billion in 2020. And in terms of weather-related natural disasters, 2020 was the 5th costliest year on record. And in this graph on the right, you can see the increasing trend of billion-dollar economic loss events in the last 20 years. So with the growing threat of extreme weather events and changing climate patterns due to climate change, it's clear that we can't adapt to climate change without high quality and reliable climate prediction, information, and early warning systems, and also enhanced access and use of these climate information in various sectors. So from the climate information provider perspective, there are many areas that we can improve, including the WMO Global Framework for Climate Services, or GFCS, 5 priority areas shown in the inner circle. We have observation and monitoring, user interface platform, research modeling and prediction, capacity development, and climate services information system. And of course, we have all of these on different timescales, ranging from nowcasting, providing a lead time of 15 minutes to an hour, weather forecasting, subseasonal to seasonal forecasting, as well as seasonal forecasting and climate change projections. And as for the relevant sectors, the WMO GFCS outlines the 5 priority areas of agriculture and food security, water, health, energy, and disaster risk reduction. But there are also implications of climate information in other sectors as well, such as tourism, fisheries, infrastructure, human security, and even more. But as providers, we can't just focus on upgrading our own services. We also have to think about how to increase access to and usage of the climate information that we produce. So various studies have shown areas that can help enhance the usage of climate information, including just the 5 that I've included on this slide here today that really resonated with me, including salience, access, legitimacy, integration, and equity. So in terms of salience, each sector and region or country has different needs for climate prediction. So tailoring the content and the scale and the format and lead time to each need is crucial to ensuring that the climate information that's delivered is actually usable by that specific community. For access, forecast information must be available at key times for decision-making in various sectors and should be easily accessible. So for this, local factors should be considered, such as access to internet, communication channels, levels of understanding of climate science, decision-making timelines, and more. And then third, in regards to legitimacy, users are actually more likely to use climate information products that they perceive to be accurate and credible. And studies have shown that involvement in the design of sector-tailored climate products tends to increase trust in the product. And also communication methods that increase the understanding of the product is also key. Fourth, we have integration. Providing climate information shouldn't be just a solo venture with just the one goal of providing climate information and that's it. Integrating this effort into a larger effort for sector support or developing a general action plan with policy actions included would allow for not only capacity building and familiarity with climate information, but also address the kind of question of what do I do now after receiving the information. So really providing guidance on how the information can be applied to the work in that sector is key. And finally, last but not least, we have equity. Women and marginalized groups are often the most impacted by extreme climate events and climate variability. Women are still usually in charge of ensuring families' everyday access to necessities such as clean water and food due to socio-cultural norms that are still in play. And in the agriculture sector, FAO determined that on average, women in developing countries actually make up 43% of the agricultural labor force. So ensuring that women and marginalized groups are involved in the development of climate products is really critical to increasing their ability to respond to the everyday manifestations of climate events and variability. So taking these factors into consideration, how can we increase the collaborations between climate information providers and users? So on the provider side, it's really critical to understand the demands from end users on how climate information should be customized. But also in doing so, it's important to have a transparent discussion on the advances in and limitations of climate prediction. If the end users are actually asking for certain information that's not possible to provide, rather than just saying no, the relationship will be much more productive if the providers are able to really explain why it's difficult to produce that kind of information and suggest alternatives. Actually, yesterday I attended the Pacific Islands Climate Outlook Forum, or PCOF, and we discussed the importance of this very point of communicating uncertainties in communicating tropical cyclone outlooks. If there's a point where you as the provider need to tell people, you know, unfortunately, I don't know how many tropical cyclones are upcoming in the next season, you can either simply tell the public, I don't know, and reduce trust and maybe look a little bit clueless, or you can communicate the reasons for the uncertainty and explain exactly what the uncertainties are and what the possibilities are. And this helps increase trust in the provider's expertise and knowledge. And then lastly, we have providers need to be flexible and also have the willingness to tailor climate information to fit the various needs of climate information for different communities and sectors. Now, on the climate information user side, it's important to be able to communicate the type of climate information that they need, which can sometimes be difficult if there's a lack of basic knowledge of climate information. Also, there's a need to understand the uncertainty of climate forecasts and willingness to work with that level of uncertainty. And an important aspect of this collaboration is users can actually provide risk and hazard thresholds or mapping that climate information providers often do not have as much knowledge of in order to really develop the best climate information application services. So ultimately, fostering relationships and familiarity between the climate information providers and users through communication is key. And official collaboration efforts can often help facilitate this through initiatives such as the establishment of multidisciplinary working groups or national frameworks for co-producing climate services, or establishing a national communication chain for climate services, such as which organization is responsible for communicating what information to who and when, with clearly defined roles and responsibilities for producing, communicating, and delivering these climate services to end users. So with this collaboration, it's really possible to translate general forecast information into impact-based warning information that can really inform policies on the ground and lead to actions that can save lives. So the table shown here is from WMO's guidelines on impact-based forecast and warning services and shows examples of different heavy rainfall forecast services starting from general forecasts all the way down to the impact warning that can be delivered straight to end users. So an example of a successful case of impact-based forecasting is in Bangladesh. They invested into establishing a tropical cyclone early warning system and extensive shelter network. So in 2020, just last year, when tropical cyclone Amphan hit Bangladesh, India, and Sri Lanka and affected 20.6 million people, thanks to these systems that were already put into place, Bangladesh was able to evacuate 2.4 million people from vulnerable areas. And this was even in the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic, which made disaster response even more difficult in that the government had to open over 14,000 shelters, which is actually 3 times the normal number to ensure physical distancing to prevent further spread of COVID-19. And despite the additional added challenge of COVID-19, the government's investment in the early warning system and an extensive shelter network ultimately limited the number of deaths associated with the event to 26, which is compared to the hundreds of thousands of lives lost in similar storms in Bangladesh in previous years. And another example of a successful collaboration on impact forecasting is the Malaklim system established in Solomon Islands. Malaklim is an early warning system for malaria. Through intersectoral collaborations, they found that Anopheles mosquitoes, the main type of mosquitoes in the Solomon Islands, usually live and breed in coastal swamps where water does not flow. So lower levels of rainfall create coastal marshes with stagnant water that provide ideal conditions for mosquito breeding, leading to higher levels of malaria, whereas higher levels of rainfall create flowing water, which flushes out mosquitoes' immature larvae, leading to lower levels of malaria in Solomon Islands. So based on this information that they found, they were able to establish an early warning system based on rainfall to provide early warning for malaria once a year for the season of January to June, allowing the Solomon Islands government to plan appropriately for the upcoming malaria peak season. So you can see that this project was conducted in partnership with multiple government agencies, including the Met Service, Solomon Islands Vector-Borne Disease Control Program, the Ministry of Health, the Water Resource Division, and the Ministry of Lands. So this really shows that to make a high-use early warning system that's really impactful and can inform policy actions, it takes cross-cutting collaboration with participants from multiple sectors. So now I'll highlight a few initiatives that APCC is taking to enhance access and usability of our climate information. So in 2017, we participated in a multidisciplinary study on the impacts of El Nino in the Asia and Pacific region to help provide guidance to the region on what they can expect in an El Nino season. So this figure shows the general precipitation tendency during the El Nino peak seasons in different areas of the Asia Pacific region. And through our collaborations with various UN agencies such as UNEP, UNSCAP, UN OCHA, and RIMES, we were able to highlight the types of hazards and their impact severity in various countries during El Nino events. So this information, if there is an El Nino event that's upcoming, countries are able to refer to this and see, oh, then in the case of El Nino in Indonesia, flood and landslides may be more common and increased in hazards. And the second example is through various projects in the Pacific, we developed PICASO, or the Pacific Island Countries Advanced Seasonal Outlook, which is an offline program that allows national Met services to generate their own localized prediction and seasonal outlooks. So it provides station-based hybrid dynamical and statistical downscaled climate information, which is critical for small island developing states, as often in global forecast models that are gridded, like APCC shown here on the left, currently with their resolution that's available, groups of islands are grouped into one grid, like here, which doesn't take into account their local geography or precipitation patterns. And now, through a GCF-funded project in 5 Pacific Island countries that just recently started this year, we will be updating Picasso to include temperature outlooks, monthly outlooks, and sector-tailored climate information for those 5 countries. And another example is in another different GCF-funded project in Vanuatu, addressed in Dr. Chen's talk earlier today. We're developing a web-based mobile device compatible decision support system called the Vanuatu Climate Services for Agriculture, or VACSA, to inform the agriculture sector of near real-time weather and climate data, and to use climate information for climate-smart decision-making in the agricultural sector at the provincial or national level. And my final example today is in the water sector. The Tonga Smart Groundwater Management Project installed real-time groundwater monitoring meters and developed the final Tonga Groundwater Information System. So this system allows the government of Tonga to monitor groundwater levels in Tonga in real time, giving them the capabilities to better manage their water resources, as well as establish a mid to long-term strategic plan for responding to water shortages. So that's all of my presentation today. Hopefully I was able to communicate the growing needs for climate information in various sectors due to climate change and how we can increase collaborations to address those needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Bora. I think so we could learn lots of information on climate change as well as some APCC's applications for the climate services. And the final and last speaker is Mrs. Meng-Shih Chen. She is currently working at Central Weather Bureau as a senior technical specialist. She will give her talk, the title with Responding to the Worst Drought on Record in Taiwan, Climate Services in Support of Water Management Decision Making. Okay, it's now your turn.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to be here to share with you our experience in climate services, supporting water management decision making, especially in response to the worst drought on record in Taiwan last year. First, some background information about Taiwan. With high mountain ranges in the middle of the island, 95% of the population live in western Taiwan. We have northeasterly monsoon in winter and the southwesterly monsoon in summer. Therefore, in western Taiwan, wet season is May to September, and the dry season is October to next April. To be more specific, from February to April, we have spring rain. In May and June, we have cool rain, which is the monsoonal rain. From July to September, we have tropical cyclones, which is the main source of the precipitation in the year. Because rainfall is not distributed evenly throughout the year, we have to build reservoirs to preserve water from wet season for use in dry season. However, in the past year, we faced the most severe drought on record, with early withdrawal of poor rain and no invading tropical cyclones last year, plus spring rainfall deficit and the late arrival of poor rain this year. The total rainfall from June 2020 to May 2021 was only half of the climate normal, and the water shortage followed. So, how bad was the situation? You can see that during the whole drought period, the lowest water level in major reservoirs, especially those in central Taiwan, did not even reach 10% of its capacity. There was not enough water for rice paddy irrigation, hydroelectric power generation, or semiconductor supply chain. At the worst of situation, water supply in central Taiwan was suspended 2 days a week, lasting for 2 months. The traditional water resources management is based on past rainfall observation, that is, adapting rainfall scenarios with different probability of incidence to estimate possible future changes in reservoir water level. However, rainfall forecasts are not used in this way. Meanwhile, the seasonal model can provide large-scale forecast information due to the limitation of predictability, which does not meet user requirements for local forecast information. In order to bridge the gap between meteorology and hydrology, it is necessary to use downscaling techniques to convert low-resolution global model forecasts into high-resolution forecasts on a local level to provide quantitative precipitation forecasts for reservoirs. In order to achieve this goal, we first improve global model forecast skill by increasing model resolution, updating dynamic code and physical parameterization, and improving data assimilation. Then, we use statistical post-process techniques to correct the model forecast bias and apply downscaling and multimodal ensemble techniques to produce regional forecasts. Furthermore, through calibration and evaluation, we increase the reliability and accuracy of forecasts to provide more useful customized products for users. In the following slides, I will demonstrate how we communicated with the water sector. Throughout the drought response process, the Central Weather Bureau and the Water Resource Agency held meetings almost every week. We had water management meetings 46 times in total on both regional and national levels to properly interpret the forecast information for decision making. Before these meetings, we also had working group meetings to discuss more detailed forecast information with experts in order to keep the forecast accurate. Even under the COVID-19 pandemic, we still communicate with each other intensively through video conferences. For measures taken in different periods, different high-scale forecasts were required. For example, in order to recharge the reservoirs before the beginning of the dry season, it was necessary to know whether there will be tropical cyclones affecting Taiwan last September. As mentioned above, there was no tropical cyclones in wet season of 2020. Even if there was possibility of tropical cyclones invading Taiwan at that time, the rainfall would most likely to occur in eastern Taiwan, which would not help fill reservoirs in western Taiwan. So, the Central Emergency Operations Center was established for drought response. In December, the spring rain forecasts were required to decide whether rice paddy irrigation had to be suspended. At that time, the first and second seasonal forecasts told us that below normal rainfall was expected for spring because of La Nina and the negative Pacific Decadal Oscillation. In order to preserve enough water for use for 1 month at the end of May, rice paddy irrigation had to be suspended to make sure there was water for people's daily needs. Although the spring rainfall was expected to be below normal, it was still better than nothing, especially in dry season. Knowing when the spring rain would come could help us manage water resources much better. From the analysis of Madden-Julian oscillation impact on Taiwan's climate, we knew that higher probability of spring rain occurred at phase 3 and 4, but model forecasts told us the maiden Julian oscillation phase was mainly located at phase 5 to 8 for the most of springtime. That was really not good news. Therefore, the Water Resource Agency had to take stricter measures to preserve every drop of the water. They needed to know the arrival time of each frontal system, which was provided by day 1 to day 7 quantitative precipitation forecasts. They also needed to know when the plume rain would arrive, which would denote the onset of wet season, closely related to the East Asian summer monsoon onset. This information relied on subseasonal forecasts in April. The forecast showed that the plume rain would not begin until the end of May, disappointing everyone once again, and the water rationing had to begin. The closer to the onset date of East Asia summer monsoon, the more diverse forecast information was needed. Because the arrival of plume rain is usually accompanied by stationary frontal system and a southwesterly monsoon, less likely to induce torrential rainfall and disasters such as flash floods or mudslides. We not only had to face the challenge of the drought, but also the threat of flood. Therefore, seamless forecasts were provided, including 6-hourly day 1 to day 7, week 2 to week 3 and 4 quantitative precipitation forecasts, from weather timescale to subseasonal timescale. Once the plume rain eased the pressure of drought, the water level of reservoirs went up, and everyone felt relieved. Even after the Central Emergency Operations Center was disbanded when the drought crisis was over, we still continue to provide the tropical cyclone seasonal forecasts in order to be well prepared in case dry conditions happen during wet season. In summary, throughout the drought response process, the Central Weather Bureau and the Water Resource Agency kept in touch all the time. Over the past 2 or 3 years, we have developed seamless forecast product suite, from 7-day weather forecasts to second season prediction. We have also developed downscaling techniques to transform global forecasts into local information and provide tailored products from qualitative precipitation forecasts to quantitative precipitation forecasts in order to meet user requirements for better application. This is my last slide. You can see the movie of water level change in Sun Moon Lake, which is not only a famous scenery spot but also a sweat spot. Taiwan has the most rainfall among the major economies in the world, but the fresh water per capita is less than the world average. In the face of the challenge of more frequent extreme events caused by climate change, seamless forecasts can provide better climate services so that people can be better informed and well prepared, and more effective actions can be taken to reduce the loss of life and the property. Thank you for your attention, and I'll take any question.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chen. At the end of her slides, she suggested some ready, set, go approach with various timescale for some climate services. Now we are going to have some Q&A session for this second half of session 2. So let me briefly summarize what we have for this session. So we have total 3 speakers for this session. first speaker, Dr. Shrestha, from her presentation, I guess we learned lots of some general information or some climatological information on the HKH region. And the second speaker is Ms. Bora Kim. And from her presentation, I guess we learned lots of information on the climate change, and general information on climate change, and as well as the APCC's efforts as climate service using some lots of climate information. And the last speaker is Miss Chen. So her presentation is on some hydrological applications as a climate services for Taiwan. And I think the ready, set, go approach, that kind of strategy will be really interesting from her presentation, I think. So now we are receiving some questions from any participants. So if you don't have any microphone, then you may use some text. You can see the chatting panel. So I don't like this kind of mute. Kathleen, your time.
Hi,
Yeah.
Jong. Yes. Hello, everyone. This is Heng again. I would like to ask a question for Dr. Shrestha. It's our great honor to invite Dr. Shrestha to join this workshop. And we want to hear more story about what your organization do in Nepal, including the forest firing forecast and the flooding forecast. What kind of role you play in Nepal? Can you explain more story with us?
So should I answer this question, moderator?
Yeah, sure.
Well, a very good morning or good afternoon to you all again. Thank you for the question. It's indeed a delight actually to be as part of this particular workshop. Now, easy mode, I did mention briefly in terms of our overall objectives, a goal in the region. We are a regional international organization, as you are aware now. We work for 8 countries. So some of the common issues that relate to these 8 countries we cover. So primarily we are looking at a number of different issues. We work from a range of different areas. We work not only on climate services per se, we also work on tourism, for instance. We work on sustainable livelihoods. We work on river basin approaches in terms of modeling, in terms of forecasting. We work on air pollution. Air pollution is a strong area that ICIMOD is engaged in. We also working on landscapes in terms of biodiversity. So these are a whole range of issues that our ICIMOD is covering in these 8 countries. So some of these common issues we are taking up and working a little bit more deeper. Now, as far as climate services is concerned, because I think the main topic here today we are discussing is on climate services, and I did try to give you very quick snapshot of what we do. And those 2 are very, very actually limiting in terms of the examples that I provide, because we work on an array of different applications. We are currently having a big program that we call as the Survey in the Kush Himalaya. Okay, this is a program that we are working with NASA. So this is with the USAID funding. And this particular program is looking at a number of different thematic areas and applying Earth observations for risk reduction, disaster risk reduction. In fact, I can also share with you all a link of a recently published book, which gives you a whole series of examples of what we are working in. I think it's not only about, the data, and so we have like a storehouse of data, the regional data center at Isimot, but again, data by itself is not adequate. So we are looking at a number of applications of the use of data. I gave you an example of forest fire, right? Forest fire is one of the applications where you'll be using MODIS data that is coming in a near real-time basis and coming up with those systems. So we are actually, our role is to support the countries in the Hindu Kush Himalayan region to provide better forecasts, to provide better services. So we ourselves are not providing those services per se. We are supporting the countries with products, with regional products, so that they are enabled to make better forecasts. So an example of it was the forest fire monitoring system, which was extensively used this year in 2021, when there was extensive forest fires all over Nepal, as well as the regional countries. Now, the other example that I provided you was the one on floods. In terms of flood forecasting and early warning. And here we were working with this 4 countries, in fact, the 6 countries in the Hindu Kush Himalayan region, and trying to promote regional cooperation in sharing. First primary goal was to share data and information, and then modernization of hydromet networks, for example, data acquisition, and then taking that data and developing products. And so an example of which was the regional flood outlook that I provided. So these regional flood outlook now provides information on a 3-day kind of window in terms of what the river flows are going to be in these in this pilot basin, Ganges, Brahmaputra. So the countries are using some of these products to use it for their own advisory purposes. So this is one of the products that they use. They use a number of different products to make their decisions in terms of providing advisories. So ourselves, we do not directly provide advisories. It's the products that the countries use, the hydromet agencies use to then prepare their advisories. So that's what they do. Now, apart from that, there are various other applications, like for instance, land use, land cover. There's an extensive work that is being done in terms of land use, land cover change, and monitoring of the crops. Yeah, so that's also using application of these satellite-based tools and techniques, and providing those services to the mandated organizations, which then use it for their own purposes in the region. Yeah, so that's another example. So, and along with that, of course, in terms of forestry also, the forest cover, and then the estimation of mass, the biomass, and then using it. So the RED Plus kind of work that our colleagues are doing. Then the other example is also on air quality monitoring. And then also, so both, we are more, not a very, we don't go into the very details of scientific kind of analysis. We are more an applied research organization. So we make these products that are usable. We also customize these products for the needs of the region. And also we adapt some of the tools and techniques that are available in other places for the use for our region. So these are some examples of which we are doing. Yeah. So I think I could go on more, but I just wanted to give you some snapshot of what Isimot is doing in the region. In fact, as I speak, we are also gearing towards participating in the COP26 with a very strong message of supporting the mountain community, mountain solidarity. So we can go there in terms of saying that the Hindu Kush Himalayan region, this is the pulse of the planet. We need to, protect it, conserve it, because this is the storehouse of a large volume of snow and ice, which feeds more than 1.9 billion people, like I mentioned to you earlier. Yeah, we are also going in terms of with a message saying investments is essential in these mountain areas, particularly to ensure that we are making, making enough, progress in terms of sustainable development. And then the third point is that we are looking at also fostering international, regional cooperation and collaboration in the region. So these are these three strong messages with which our colleagues are going to COP26 and to basically sound the voice of the mountains, and then say that the mountains are an area of opportunity. So we have mountains of opportunity. The second point that I highlighted. So I just wanted to give you a flavor and an example of this. So there's a lot of different, I'm glad that we get this opportunity to also share with you what ICIMOD is doing. And I think the presentations that I have heard over the last day or two, I have seen that there's a lot of similarity and potential for collaboration and cooperation, and that there are a lot of synergy in terms of what is being done. So it is important that we see what are some of those areas that we can work collectively together on, share lessons and experiences, and as I said, adapt it and adopt it for the benefit of the region. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with your suggestion. So probably this workshop will be really wonderful opportunity to collaborate with other institutes. Thank you very much, Dr. Lin, for this arrangement again. Dr. Lin, you have any following question for that? Or
yes, any other colleagues want to ask questions? But I also have question for Bora. Nice to meet you again. And the reason we organize, we secretariat organize those three speakers together, because all your presentation is related to water resources, and including flooding issues or water shortage. And for Bora, we have two project manager and one special specialist here. And I would like to ask Bora first, then the other two guest speakers can also give us comments in your work or in your position. How can you promote climate service in the area of water? And I would like to hear more story in Tonga. It's also a very interesting story which Bora is in charge of. So can Ms. Kim tell us your responsibility and your work in Tonga? And also for Dr. Shrestha and Dr. Chen, can you also tell us how, in your position, how do you promote climate service in water resource in your region? Thank you.
Sure. Thank you for the question. So as a senior international project manager in APCC, I am not only involved in project implementation, but also project development. So the Pacific Islands project that I mentioned in the 5 Pacific Islands that's funded by GCF, I collaborated with UNEP to develop that project. So a lot of my work ends up being a lot of stakeholder workshops and implementation of projects and development and kind of assessing the needs of different developing countries that request for our services. So I think one of the biggest roles that particularly APCC can play, or any kind of technical organization in the climate service field can play in this, is kind of helping developing countries, especially access financing through, climate funds such as the Green Climate Fund or Global Environment Facility, or CIS projects financed by the World Bank or ADB, or as Dr. Dresha mentioned, USAID. So helping provide those kind of technical information that is needed to develop the concept notes and funding proposals for these climate funds. So that's a role that I think is really critical that regional technical organizations can play. In terms of the water sector and our project in Tonga, so our project in Tonga was actually around 5 years ago now. I can't believe it's already 2021, but it was around 5 years ago. 5-6 years ago, and it was a general project with the government of Tonga. So we did a lot of workshops with Tongan government on their needs, and it was determined that they would like to have an in-country project in 3 different sectors. Actually, I only mentioned one. So we had one project on groundwater monitoring, and then we had another project on agriculture, and then we also had another project on tropical cyclone forecasts. And so I actually managed the tropical cyclone forecasts project, and then the other 2 were managed by other people in my department, but I'm happy to talk about it. So in terms of water, especially in SIDS and certain types of formations of islands, they access their fresh water through groundwater wells often. And what happens in these small island developing states is that they have a kind of water resource that's in the shape of a freshwater lens. And as soon as they draw too much water from one well, and the groundwater recharge is not kind of replenishing that freshwater lens at the same time in the rate that we need to be. So in the case of a drought, then there can be saltwater intrusion from the ocean, which can actually damage that well and also generally that area in the freshwater lens. So actually monitoring that groundwater level in real time is really crucial during especially drought events. And then also being able to combine the climate information of climate, kind of the forecast projections on droughts and the drought conditions, and combining that with the current levels of the groundwater wells. Combining that together provides Tongan government with early warning on, okay, this well needs to recharge, so we should not draw water from this well anymore for the next 2 weeks, or we should decrease our usage of this well by 50%, or it can really inform their on-the-ground policy decisions on which wells to use at which time. Of course, if there's not a drought, then they can just monitor the status of the groundwater wells and just say, it's okay, we can use the wells as much as needed. So that's kind of the premise of our project in Tonga. But you have to know that it's only applicable to certain islands with that freshwater lens, because there are other islands that are in the shape of coral atolls, which are very thin. So that's not as relevant for those countries. So as I mentioned in my discussion, in my presentation, all of these services need to be catered to that specific country and that specific geographical feature and that specific community's needs and things like that. So I think, I hope that answers your question.
Probably. So next will be going to Ms. Chen.
Okay. I'd like to share my working experience during the communication with the water sector. I'm here for almost 10 years, and during these 10 years, we have 2 major droughts here in Taiwan. One was in 2014 and 2015, and the other one is the cases I shared in the PowerPoint. And I think these 2 major differences is the intensive communication with the water sector, because you know, during the whole drought response period, we will have the meetings at national level, and they will gather a different government agency to working together and to discuss the issues. And we provide the weather and the climate forecast information for other government agency to let them know what they have to do during that response or what action they have to be taken. But this time different is that we have a separate meeting before the national meeting. The meeting gathering all the experts from the experts, not even in the Central Weather Bureau, but also outside Central Weather Bureau. And we discussed the weather forecast more in details. And we explained what is forecast information meaning, and that the experts to interpret the forecast details to the water sector. So let them know how to apply the information more correctly. So I think you can see that we also have the expert meeting every week before the national level meeting. So they know the details, and so that they can take the proper action. And then the other one, I think the most important is the stimulus forecast information. Because originally I saw that the water management issue is related to the climate information. It's more long-term, not the weather time scale. But during the whole response period, especially when we are going to the spring, at that time the water level is very low, and of the reservoirs, and they want to preserve every drop of the water. So when is the frontal system coming, is becoming very important. They need to know the accurate time of the frontal system arrival. So at this time, the weather forecast from day 1 to day 7 becomes very important, even important than more important than the seasonal forecast at that time. And of course, the sub-seasonal forecast is also important, because we need to know when is the onset date of the wet season, and so that they can get preparation as early as possible. So I think the whole stimulus forecast suite of the climate or of the weather and the climate forecast information is very important. That means our climate surface is not only the climate, we also need the weather climate, the stimulus climate surface for the sector. I think in the water resource and also in other application, they all need the stimulus climate surfaces. That's my point.
Thank you. Are there any more questions from participants? I think I have to give some rest to Dr. Lin. So
Dr. Chong, we have one participant in our auditorium. She would like to ask one question for the speakers.
Okay.
Dr. Wen, please.
This is Fei Wen from CIER. I would like to thank all the speakers, and I have a question for Ms. Bora Kim. That you mentioned that it is very important for the climate information service providers and users to communicate with each other. And the thing is, we're trying to promote the climate service in Taiwan too. But I'm thinking that some departments, like especially the climate sensitive department like agriculture, water department, or maybe some energy department, they know what climate or what weather information can do to them. And so, well, it is relatively easier for them to communicate between the providers and users. But for other departments, like other manufacturing department, like food industry, clothing industry, they know that the weather information is important to them, but they don't know what they need, or maybe it is just one of the information for their like production supply chain or something. So I'm wondering, in your experience, do you have any ever encounter this kind of difficulty? I mean, to communicate with other users? Yeah, thank you.
Sure. Thank you for the question. So I think especially in sectors that are not as familiar with working with climate services and climate information services, it's important to kind of provide them with the basic knowledge of what the climate scenarios mean and what different climate impacts can have on their in their sector specifically. But of course, as climate information providers, we may not have all of the information on exactly what is going to be impacted in the clothing industry, for example. But what we can do is you can hold a forum or a stakeholder workshop where you can kind of have those discussions. And in those discussions, before you start the actual discussion, what should be done is providing kind of like a state of, for example, if it's in Taiwan, what are the current extreme weather threats that are ongoing? What are some things like when is the rain season and when is the dry season, and what happens in El Nino, and what happens and what is expected to happen in the next 20 to 30 years with climate change? And then with that kind of very basic information, they'll be able to identify, even if they're not familiar with it at first, they'll be able to identify, oh, if it's going to be very, heavy rainfall events, then that will affect my office in this way or my industry in this way. And they can start to kind of imagine and do that critical thinking. The thing is, with working with these departments and other sectors that aren't as familiar with climate services, is that they haven't been provided the space and the information and the time to really do some critical thinking on how this kind of information and how these kinds of events will really impact my sector. And so giving them that time and the space and the platform to have an open discussion where feedback is kind of given back and forth on this is really critical. And the reason why I would actually recommend having smaller group discussions, especially with people that have a general knowledge of climate change impacts and climate information impacts, so that the providers are able to provide that general knowledge and feedback whenever the participants from sectors have questions. So if they have questions on, okay, so if there is a heavy rainfall event in this area of Taiwan, in a specific local area of Taiwan, then what are the ensuing hazards that can be impacted, such as will this area be more flooded than other areas, or will this area have issues with transportation more than other areas? So really kind of narrowing that down. And that's why in my presentation, I highlighted the need for interdisciplinary conversations, because a lot of times as climate information providers, we can tell them how much rain is going to generally, on average, how much rain there might be in a season. But for example, the Ministry of Lands or the infrastructure sector may be able to provide information on what the drainage of that area may be, and that will help kind of connect the dots on heavy rainfall events and the actual impacts that translates into, which then can be translated to more impacts in other sectors that may be a little bit removed from that. So I would really recommend just having small group discussions with representatives from different government agencies.
Thank you. There could be more questions, but I think the lunchtime is much more important than those questions. So we should go for lunch now. So probably we call it a day for this session. Anyway, I should give some special thanks for this wonderful arrangement to its host, including CIER, CWB, and as well as APCC and some other institutions. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this wonderful presentation from this session's speakers. Thank you very much. Now your turn, the host.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Chong, Dr. Shrestha, Ms. Kim, and Ms. Chen. Now it's time for a group photo. May I ask all the moderators and participants to turn on your camera so we can have a group photo together. Thank you. Three, two, one, cheese. Thank you. We would like to thank all speakers in the morning, and we're now going to have a lunch break. The presentation of session 3 will begin at 1:30 p.m. Taipei time. Please do not forget to join us again at 1:30 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much and have a good day. Bye-bye.
Thank you for our APCC colleagues. You must be hungry. It's 1 o'clock already. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be starting our session in 3 minutes. Please join us at 1:30 p.m. Taipei time. Before we officially enter the session, may I remind the participants on WebEx, if you have any questions, you can use the raise hand button on WebEx during discussion time. For all the participants online, please submit your questions to our Slido platform. Thank you.
Hi, Dr. O. This is Cam.
Sir.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah.
Now, let's start our session 3, Public-Private Partnership and Sustainable Development. The moderators for this session are Dr. Jai-Ho Oh and Dr. Kongyue K-Myo Zhao. Dr. Jai-Ho Oh is CEO and founder of Nano C&W Company. He is also a professor emeritus in the Department of Environmental Atmospheric Sciences of the Pukyong National University. Dr. Zhao is currently the executive director of International Climate Development Institute. The 3 speakers in the first half of session 3 are Dr. Jai-Ho Oh from Nano C&W Company in Korea, and Mr. Chi Ming-Pong from Weather Risk Explorer Incorporated in Taiwan, and Mr. Daisuke Abe from Weather News Incorporated of Japan. The first half of this session will be hosted by Dr. Oh. Dr. Oh, please.
Yes, I'm very delighted to conducting this session together with the Dr. Kao. And as introductions, I am the implant of the business in this area. So I think I have to learn a lot of this session. As I mentioned, the title of this session is the Public and the Private Partnership and Sustainable Development. That means it's our wishes. Sometimes reality is not that much. So in this session, we may discuss about this kind of situations. Probably it may be different from the country by country. So first part is I will present a role of the private sectors to the weather and the climate service. And I presented, I recorded this one, but still I have questions by myself. I don't know what's the role of the private company in this service in Korea. So I hope that you may advise me to what the answer. So would you turn on the video for me, the first part? Hello, I'm very happy to present my talk on the Asia Pacific Climate Service Workshop 2021. My name is Jae-ho Oh. I am the CEO of the Nano Weather company. The Nano means the name from the Nano Weather is coming, like the mathematics on the left side. And the entire nanoscale of the entire Earth's surface is about the 1 by 1 kilometer square. So that's why we are focusing on our target less than 1 square kilometers. And today I'm happy to present the role of the private sector to the climate weather service, particularly in Korea. Although I'm not representing the whole service area in Korea. Actually, the KMA, Korean Meteorological Administration, is a good job on the provide the climate service from the daily life to the climate sectors. So the private sector will be in the one way we are collaborating with each other, with the KMA, and sometimes we are competing for the same target. We cannot avoid this kind of situation at this time. In the Korea, the public service provided by the Korean Meteorological Administrations, the all information produced in services in media and the newspaper and related to the agency, particularly the government agency. And the people can easily access to KMA weather information via the weather app. So seems like there are not many rooms for the private service if we provide the similar item with the Korean Meteorological Administrations. As you see in the biograph, the service channel is very the various service channels is used by the KMA. For example, the TV, radio, newspaper, and PC and the mobile service, and also smartphone and online broadcast and disaster prevention information system. So as you see in the right hand side, so every common people can easily access to the information of the provided by the KMA. And so that's why currently the public service is conducted in Korea. Actually, the KMS missions is offer prompt and accurate and variable weather service. It's the KMS missions, and the vision is to provide reliable weather information that meets the public need. So there are many strategies. I'm not explaining all the strategies, but KMA is conducting to the every common person to the government agency. They provide all sort of the methodology they're using to provide the service. That's why we have the some parties overlap with the private service. So we cannot avoid the competition and the collaboration with the government service. And in here, we may need to distinguish in the temporal and the spatial domain beyond the government service domain. Otherwise, there are no room for the private service in Korea. So we thought, particularly I thought, the digital twin is one of the examples of the data-driven real-time weather and climate service with the hyperlocal information, less than special 10 meters, and every 10 seconds, or even more frequently. That's the way to the private sector has should help to avoid the conflict with the private service, public services. Actually, we are targeting not the civilian, but we are main target is for the intelligent information, so the artificial intelligence. So to do that, we need the seamless real-time hyperlocal weather and climate information with the AlphaMap and resolve. In here, the bottom of biography, we have several logos. One is AlphaMap is the solutions to provide this kind of service, and resolve is actually it's a weather solve, but like the navigator in car, we can provide all necessary information in detail. And also, we are very much focusing on the drone business. In here, we developed the solution for the follow me for drone. It's a kind of navigator for the drone flight. So in the future, we think that drone delivery will be common near the futures. And also, we are very much interested on the urban area. And in Korea, actually, there are many tall buildings, so it may causing kind of the so-called mono wind between the blowing the gust wind within the buildings. So we think that this is a major component of the our target to distinguish from the KMS, the public services. To do that, we need something different from the conventional weather forecasting. Actually, last year, Google announced they have to able to generating the accurate rainfall predictions up to 6 hours ahead of time at the 1 kilometer resolutions from just minutes of the calculations. That's announced by the Google, but in here, my company is even we think that we are even advanced than the Google, and Google says it's 1 kilometer, but we have the so-called 10 meters if we need, and also last 6 hours, but we have provided the 2 days before until the next 24 hours. We recover for the engaged site for the fast time, and we are predicting the 24 hours. And not just the rainfall, but we can provide the temperature, rainfall, and pressure and wind, whatever is necessary, basically. So we have to do that is we have the comprehensive solution, so-called the AlphaMap. We are very happy to, with this engine, you can provide this kind of hyperlocal real-time data. This is an example of the hyperlocal surface wind. Actually, it's Jeju Island. This island has 32 automatic weather stations operating by the KMA. Based on this 32 observation site, we're generating to about more than 30 million data point. As you see, it's not just for the linear interpolation, but we are physically calculating to the wind speed and the wind direction also for in details. We are very happy. I'm very happy to provide this data. Actually, we got the graphic is done by our related company, Gaia 3D. We are very happy with the performance of their company. So this is kind of examples how we can avoid to conflict with the KMA, even though we are generating this data based on the KMA observations. It takes only the 30 minutes and 30 seconds with the A-core server computers. So it's very lightly we can provide this kind. And by the conclusions, I may say that the ultra high resolution prediction system provided very useful data to society together with the public service in detail. This is the way to most of the private company we collaborating with the KMA. And particularly the non-weather, my company is this thing, so we have this kind of advantages. We can providing the daily essential variables for the kind of disaster preventions, not only for rich observation area, but on the poor data area by the recovering. We have the solution to recovering the engaged site. And the very, second part is very another important issues, and providing timely updated nanoscale. In here, the nanoscale means the less than 1 kilometer resolutions, the seamless weather and the climate data in combination of the past, the present, and the future data. That's very important. And finally, my conclusion is in collaboration with the public service, the ultra high resolution prediction system may be able to contribute to the climate service, to not only the industrial or hydrological community, but the smart city or smart power on the digital twin concept. This is very important, and I think that this is the way to collaborating and competing with the public service. And yes, thank you. Probably you may have questions, then please let's using the end of this session. And our second speaker is from the Chi-Ming-Peng. Dr. Chi-Ming-Peng, his title is How Open Government Can Encourage the Public and the Private Partnership to Make a Weather Industry Ecosystem. Would you, Mr. Dr. Peng, would you?
Okay, I also have a clips, please. Hello, thank you, sir. My name is Chi-Ming-Peng. I will talk about the open government and how the open government can encourage the public-private partnership to make a very good weather industry ecosystem. And I will talk about from the open data to open government and some good example about PPP, public-private partnership, and what I propose a better weather industry ecosystem. And my background, and I am the founder and CEO of Weather Risk. I have lots of the some job to do, and the major is from the weather risk. And I have several services. For example, the data service. I'm the Taiwan Open Data Alliance, the chair of the Open Data Alliance. And also, because of our open data, our government also promote open government. Right now, I'm the co-convener of the open government about the National Action Plan. And also some DigiPlus is Innovation Economy Steering Committee, and also Civil IoT. And I am also the board member of the Taipei Computer Association, This is a major ICT company was there. And my Climate Weather Service, and I'm the General Secretary of the Taiwan Climate Partnership, is a company, the major ICT company, for example, TSMC, Acer, ASUS, AUO, and most of the big ICT company in Taiwan, and also the chair of the Taiwan Association of the Disaster Prevention Industry. And also, I'm also an NGO called Climate Without Borders, is an international weather presenter, and we launched in Brussels in the European Union about that. I'm also a weather presenter in Taiwan in Dai TV and Yahoo TV, and also the adjunct professor in CTBC. CTBC is a China Trust business school. I teach about the data science and also some green energy about that, and also from also the National Central University. And in these 2 years, we have a course called Weather Industry, and we teach the student about what is the weather industry. And about the weather risk. Weather Risk is a weather company in Taiwan and founded in year 2003. And right now, it's the largest weather company. And we have more than 60 employees, and most of them are meteorologists. And we serve lots of the industry and the government agency, and we provide the data, product, and solution, and also to help them to do better decision support. And we got the National Weather Forecast Certified license. It's the first weather and also private license for the company. And we also serve the Taiwan Total Lightning Network. It's the best lightning network in Taiwan. And we serve also the ocean and weather forecasting modeling, and serve the solar energy forecast and also offshore wind farm right now. And I am very glad because what the weather company can make is from the open data. And before that, it's not easy to do. However, weather is very good example of open data. I remember about year 2013, and when our government want to start the open data policy, weather is a very good example of open data. So I was invited to join the alliance, work with the government, dialogue with the government. However, in the beginning, since in year 2013 and 14, it's not easy because the government do not understand what is open data, how to work with the private sector. And you can see the open data sets is very quick, grow very quickly. Right now, we have more than 50,000 data sets in Taiwan now. And the most popular data sets right now, because the pandemic is a mask buying, and the second is air quality, and also right now the weather is very important. But before that, weather is always the top 5 or top 3 data sets. Lots of people will use the data set about that. And because the Taiwan, the data set is open very quickly. And in year 2015 and 17, we got the #1 ranking in the world by the OKFN. So that's why in Taiwan, our government in 2 years ago promote the Open Government National Action Plan. That means the government, when they open not only the open data, we should open the government to the public. And every decision, we should invite the civil society and also private sector to join this. So you can see I'm here with our digital minister and also National Development Ministry for that. And they are the civil society and private sector to do the action plan about that. And you may ask, what is open data and what is open government? The open government is more broad than the open data. The open government, they will mean the transparency, participation, and the accountabilities for the government. And such is kind of idea already have about 10 years ago when by the President Obama. And right now, the OGP, Open Government Partnership, we have 78 nations and 76 local governments. And Taiwan right now, although we are not a member of the OGP, but we have action plan. And we hope we can join the OGP in the near future. And the open government, the topic is not only focused on open data, but also the other sectors. For example, securities, gender policies, budget, and also public integrities for that. So there were lots of topics. So such is kind of topic before that. The government can make decision by themselves. But when we have the open government action plan, it's not only the government, but also open dialogue. This is a very good example from Canada. And they make this is the citizen participation, especially it's the next generation consulting for Canadians. And so such is kind of the platform is what we propose to do in our national action plan. So in the beginning, we invite a lot of the civil society to join to discuss what is the major topic. So in the first year, we have more than about 20 topics for the open government, and it will be more and more in the near future. And open government means transparency, participation, collaboration. The data is very important. So open government data later on can make lots of the enterprise happen. So, open data, open process, open service. Such is kind of the collaboration can make the transparency, collaborations, and also participation. So it's very good for ourselves. And for example, when we open the weather data, they can make the economy value. Lots of the weather company, for example, in Japan, JMA and JWA and Weather News are the biggest weather company in Japan. And also, they can make the revenue. If the private sector can grow, the JMA, they do not need to take too much attention about the service. They can focus on the accuracy of the prediction, especially the weather and also climate issues. And also performance, because the civil society, they have lots of people. If the civil society can work with the government, the performance will be better than the others. And also with the other social impact about that. So open data, open government, there were lots of meaning for that. And because of open government, open data, however, there was some gap during that time. I remember about 4 years ago when some of our civil society, they talk to the higher level people, say, we should have more open data policy. Because, for example, when we talk the open data in Taiwan, we do not have open data law. And our parliament will have different opinion, or they do not totally understand the meaning of the open data. So how to make the culture of open data is very important. So some of my friends talk to a higher level of government. So we should have a president hackathon. So we started about 4 years ago. We have a president hackathon every year now. And so this year is very interesting, talking about the climate and weather. Focus on climate adaptation, also some climate mitigation. We call sustainable abilities 2.0 about action, climate action. And for example, I can show you this is very good case about the water. And water is very related, very close related to the weather. And sometimes we can say the weather enterprise, we can say is climate, water, climate, weather, and the water, which should combine together. This is we call LAS, location aware sensing system. And LAS is organized some civil society. I remember a long time ago, I was also invited by them to give them a talk and provide them the data for the LAS people. And so this year they joined. The topic is about the water, food, and the living. And what they did is because the water is from the mountain, and the water will flow several ways. And the several ways can impact the food and also agriculture and also our drinking water. So they combine together. The government is not dominant about that. Government is part of the people to join the LAS. So the partnership is also very important. So not only we say the government, they have the funding, so they are the king. No, it's an ecosystem. So each one is equal for that. So what they did is to solve the river in the Hsinchu area, because before that the water is not good, the food is not good enough. So they have lots of dialogue with the government together. So it's a benefit from the government to save the money, and the communities, they have a better communication, and also people can feel the change. However, in weather industry in Taiwan, I remember when I was young, when I was a postdoctor, and I remember I saw that this report, it encouraged me to make a weather company in Taiwan. And our minister Ye and Ye Julan, she make this announced this weather white papers about weather business in the future, and they mentioned we should have a weather business in the near future. They mentioned in year 2006 we should have the 5 weather company in Taiwan. However, it's not easy to do because during that time, the weather in Taiwan, only the CWB, they have the service. Actually, for example, this is cases from NOAA. They have the international government. Government is NOAA, and in Taiwan is CWB. And also some emergency management, also from university, private sector, media, and the social science for that. So we should say this is the ecosystem for all the weather parts. And because my background is about the weather, weather is also open data. So when I was the chair of the open data, so I pushed the government, we should have the data service ecosystem. We should have this roadmap. For example, this is the traditional information service provider to government. We should have the roadmap. This company totally different compared with me. So we should have one interest group. We should get in together. For example, my weather company is combined with them. They organize, this is a niche expert consulting providers and also consulting provider, also data provider and the data tool developers. So such kind of the roadmap is very important to help our data ecosystem to integrate, to have a very good dialogue for that. So I remember last week I talked with our some people, our Deputy Director Chen. We should have this roadmap about weather and climate service. For example, we should have the serving government weather bureau and also weather consulting, climate consulting, also media and also innovation about new technology about weather forecasting. Also some equipment and computing company, value-added service company together. And the most important is we should have the big and vertical weather company. In Japan, also they have service in Taiwan with WNI and also my company Weather Risk. We are also the weather company serve. It's a big and a vertical serve in Taiwan. And the trend is global weather enterprise. I remember I joined lots of the meetings. This is the meeting I joined several times with the Secretary General Talas. He fly to Asia for several times talking about that. And right now, I'm very glad we have the WMO conference about in 2 years they launched because the weather enterprise, we should have the open consultative platform. It's a kind of a dialogue about collaborations. And because I'm also the AODP member, because the open data we found, if we focus on only Taiwan, Korea, China in their country, the young generation, they can make the data more reachable. It's because the market is too small. And so we think we should have an Asia data sharing platform. So right now we have more than 13 countries working together every year. And also we have several groups. Right now we have more than 50 groups to join. And we have a competition, we have summit, and also we getting together to have some topic. For this year, we focus on the data privacy, especially the pandemic. And also the data sharing is also very important. So this is the data portal in Asia. We make the data portal, just follow the European. They have a EU data portal. So in Europe, in European Union, they have 24 countries. 27 countries, 24 languages. So how the data can all be open by a very good standard is very important. So this is what our data portal provided by Taiwan. Right now we have 12 Asian economies working together. And this is the example about my company, because my company can use the data to do some analysis to serve different countries working together. So we propose lots of things to do. And this data concept, we focus our activity to APEC. So about last month, I was invited to APEC to talk about the data. For example, this is a Korea case. Korea people, open data case, they talk the Korea government. They stopped the government app because the private sector already have the service about that. So my conclusion is from my background of the data and the weather, I think the PPP is not a slogan. Action is very important. How to establish a dialogue platform mechanism is very important. And the weather industry in Asia actually is very fast and also developing very fast, and we should notice about that. And also played a very important role in mitigation and the adaptation of climate change. So very close, if we choose a closed market, we'll lose the competitions in the world. I recommend we should establish a dialogue and exchange platform for the Asian weather industry. Just I focus my data, AODP. I recommend weather and also climate. We should have such kind of platform is very important. So I think this conference and forum is a very good platform. And however, we can do more in the future. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Peng. I'm very glad to you mentioned what I expected it here. So let's discuss at the end of this session. And the one thing before the move to the next speakers, you said that the Korean government is stopped to the app because of the private companies popular. But now government is restart. They operating the app again. So situation is going back or whatever, depending on the not just on market, but depending on the policy. So okay, anyway. Let's move to the last part. Last part of this session is presented by the Mr. Dr. Abe, and he represented the Weather News INC. Actually, this company has a branch in Korea, so I was really familiar with what they're doing. But the Weather News is one of the leading company in Asia in this area. So I'm very exciting what the Abe-san presented. He talking about the private sector view of the weather and climate service toward the net zero goals. Would you turn on the pre-recorded video?
Yeah, thank you very much for your introduction. So would you start play a video, please?
Ni hao, hello. My name is Amir, and I'm Executive Officer for Service Operation and Development at Weather News Inc., a private meteorological information service provider in Japan. I'd like to thank the APCSW for giving me a chance to talk at today's session. Well, let me start with a quick introduction of my company, Weather News Inc. Origin of Weather News dates back to January 1970, when a tragic vessel accident occurred in Japan because of the undelivered warning information. Triggered by this shipping accident, the predecessor of WNI initiated maritime weather services in the 1970s. Subsequently, WNI was founded in 1986 with its original mission to protect the lives of mariners and its vision to be a weather information exchange platform for all the people in the world. Move on to PPE in Japan. PPE structure between public sector and private sector, it works very well. So JMA provides warnings and national-based basic observation, and private sector weather news concentrate to provide a solution for risks. This role and responsibility, well defined, it's very much important to enhance public and private sector engagement. We have more than 1,000 staff members, including 150 certified forecasters, 300 risk communicators, and 250 IT experts. In terms of customers, we have more than 2,500 B2B customers in 50 countries, and 2 million individual general customers. We call them supporters. And from them, we receive 180,000 user weather reports per day. Weather News is one of world's largest private weather information service companies, providing round-the-clock weather-related risk communication services. That is, providing not merely quality weather forecasts, but countermeasure information and risk management solutions to business and general customers in Japan, and over 50 countries through its 7 service operation centers and 32 sales offices. Move on to next slide, our data for services. We have 3 data sources. One is data from NMHS all over the world. One is data from B2B customers. And one is data from our original observation network. We combine these 3 data sources to create high-quality data and high-quality services. Our market has expanded to 44 areas of the global markets, as shown in the slide. I'd like to highlight voyage planning in sea planning, and transportation in landside, and energy market, retail market, and disaster mitigation market. Let's move on to climate change mitigation. We provide solutions to maritime companies to maximize their business profits and reduce their environmental impact. We provide global ship routing services, so-called OSR, which optimize both engine speed and fuel consumption. This OSR services has contributed to the reduction of 2.8 million metric tons of CO2 from June 2018 to May 2019. And we sum up this result of OSR of the CO2 reduction as a services, carbon intensity monitoring. In the field of energy, we provide accurately forecast region-specific power demand and support the efficient operation and energy conservation of companies. So we make a balance between the demand and the services to support the efficient operation. In retail market, our service to predict future demand with weather and climate risk contribute to avoid food waste in supply chain. Move on to a slide, climate change adaptation. We provide services to transportation infrastructure. To prevent and avoid traffic disruption and disaster, we provide the services. This service includes high-resolution weather forecast and prediction of weather risk, and they minimize the damages of transportation from natural disaster. Next topic, service with user communities. Building up resilient communities to mitigate this disaster, the power of citizens is very much indispensable. We are making weather forecast in communication with mobile app users, so-called weather reporters, since 2005, and the accuracy of forecast achieved over 90% correctly. Next topic, AI chatbot. This is a service for adaptation. AI chatbot for disaster prevention is programmed and developed on the communication platform of LINE app. The project is under the SIP of Japanese government to utilize IT technology to enhance disaster risk reduction. We have collaboration with UNESCO in AI chatbot project. In collaboration with UNESCO, we try to contribute to disaster prevention in East Africa. We would like to support the countries to enhance their resilience against disaster. Move on to the next slide. With the continuous efforts by NMHS and private companies, PPP structure has been developed and strengthened in meteorological industries to date. Similar collaborative mechanisms should be developed in climate community. We need the support from NMHS. Another topic is WMO new open and free data policy. The extraordinary session of the World Meteorological Congress adopted an updated data policy resolution. Two important things are included. One is free and unrestricted data exchange. One is the implementation of the policy via regulatory material. The movement enhances development of an appropriate mechanism for international data exchange, not only weather but also climate issues. These PPP and data exchange mechanisms will enable 5 points: optimizing and sustaining efficient observation and monitoring of climate change, disseminating timely and reliable information to end users, improving quality of weather and climate services by utilizing data effectively, broadening the meteorological and environmental markets, and maximizing socio-economic benefits through creating new values. Conclusion of my presentation. There is a hint of light that weather and climate business by the private sector can contribute to the net zero society through reducing CO2 and social waste. And next one is effective user communication using the cutting-edge technologies lead to developing and strengthening the social resilience for natural disaster caused by climate change. Last one is sustainable observation and monitoring and effective data utilization based on the efficient PPP framework are required for enhancement of new value creation in weather and climate services. Thank you for your attention, and I'd like to see you in Taiwan. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm very appreciative to the very informative presentations on the weather and climate business. So, is there any questions or comment on the 3 presentations? If you have, please raise your hand or write on the message. Until we have questions, I have questions to the Dr. Peng and the Mr. Amir, because you are well advanced in at least my company in Korea, and actually we have difficulties. As Dr. Peng mentioned to the Korean government, the KMA is stopped to the operating the app. But anyhow, they resume their service again. So, and also that means that we have always competing with the KMA with the tax money. And so another difficulty is actually in the weather risk market, their responsibility of the in charge of the personnel, because if they follow the whatever the KMA said, they have no responsibility. But if even the private company has a more advanced or detailed information provided, if there is any mistake or any just a 0.1 mistake, then it's their responsibility. So it's that's why the most local government or local company doesn't want to adapting to the private service. because service quality is not because of service quality, but because of responsibility. So how you can, I wonder, is there any that kind of difficulty in the Taiwan and the Japan, or if you have, then how you can resolve that kind of situations? You can advise me.
Thank you very much for your question. So, it's a good question, but so I think the important thing is framework between what is the role of responsibility in private sector and public sector clearly defined. That's the point. So in Japan, so legal framework is defined by law. So JMA never does a business type of the data service providing. And so one more important thing is we don't need to compete. If we private sector just making a forecast and provide to the society, that's very much so the same role and responsibility we do, both public sector and private sectors. But our role of private sector should be a more, I would say, solution type of services for the society. That's the point in my understanding. So just so NMHS cannot do such kind of the solution type of services. For example, for road maintenance companies, we provide what kind of structure is required to make a snow removal when the big heavy snow is expected. Such kind of the, I would say, optimize services, optimize the difficulties of the enterprise. That's the point. So we'd like to, I would say, make clear role and responsibility, and understand each other. That's also very much important for us. We don't, how to say, have a room to compete each other. How to say, our field, we should do more with all together for the society. So that's my advice, how to say.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, Dr. Feng, what about in Taiwan? You said you are also the good business in Taiwan.
Okay. Actually, in Taiwan, it's not easy because right now our government, especially the CWB, is still responsible for anything. So even our customer, they still got the Weather Bureau official information from that. And besides, they will need information. So the government, for example, some local government, their priority is still the government official. And the others, they were special service. They will ask the private sector to do the service. However, in public service, Weather Bureau still have responsible for anything. So our parliament and will push them. You should do more about the business. So in the beginning, I come from some information. My data friend in Korea, they always mention to me, to Korea, they use the weather as an example. The government should stop the service to make the open government open the data. So, but what you're talking is totally probably some changes about that. And so it's the first thing I heard, because recently we studied very hard about the Korea New Deal. You have Digital New Deal and also Green New Deal. From the Digital New Deal to support the Green New Deal. It's a very good example for us. And we also use this kind of a structure to tell our government, oh, Korea did a very wonderful structure about the climate change issues, and what we do in the future is very important. So, but in the future, we need you to tell us the truth about how to because sometimes the slogan probably is not equal to the real action. So we should have maybe we should have a more dialogue about that. But what I think is Japan is very clear, because I remember Japan start their weather industry more than 30 years ago, and so it's I think Japan or the other country in the beginning still have some conflict about government and private sector. And however, to the end, is to find a better way, is to communicate, to dialogue, to find a win-win situation is very important. I think such kind of platform is very important. Even in Taiwan right now, I am very glad our CWB also opened their mind to work with the private sector, academia, working together to have our organization to do that. So we are going, preparing to do that. But right now we do not have a very clear policy or clear law about that. Yeah.
Yeah. The reality is in Korea, the actually WMO is propaganda about the public service, so PPE. After that, the Korean government is expanded their role on the not just forecasting, but they are jumping into the providing solutions. So that's why the private company has complied with the KMA at this situation. And in Korea, as you mentioned, like Taiwan is almighty in the all for everything. Even though they do not service very well, but they did not allow sometimes, or they are jumping on with the tax money. So actually, the private company is, I mean, the weather news is, it becomes already big company, so you don't worry about this kind of small details, but the kind of startup company, we have to survive year by year. So without that kind of thing is very difficult situation. So it's not just for the non-weather, but most of Korean weather service companies, we are in the same situations. So that's the biggest task we have solved in Korea. So please, if you succeed on the parliament, then please let me know how you can success on that one. We need that one too.
Yeah, I have a question because I mentioned about in your country is a closed weather industry or not? Because in Taiwan we are totally open. For example, Weather News, they have office in Taiwan. They also get the certification license. They can forecast the weather because the license is from our CWB. And Korea, you also have a license system. But I remember Weather News in Korea a long time ago, they have office. But right now it's not so. I remember some Korean people told me Weather News did not have any strong activity. Maybe some changes in Korea. And but Japan, I think Japan is open market. So I'm wondering, in Korea is an open market about the weather industry or not?
Yeah, I may say that it's open because the IBM and the Google and many the major companies they open to the local office in Korea or partners in Korea. Weather News is one of them, and there is some struggles in the Weather News in the leadership in Weather News in Korea. So because of that one, it was known as there are some difficulty, but it's not just for the market, but I think the leadership of a governance of that company. That's what I believe. And otherwise, the Weather News is very famous because it's on take care of the world ocean route and that kind of thing. So as I remember, the Weather News is a good business in Korea, I guess. And even you may jump into the Korea, but if you resolve this kind of difficulties. And so anyway, that's the situation. The other one is actually I'm serving as a professor in the university, and I retired 3 years ago, and then I initiated the non-weather company, and then I realized in business, technology is not less important than the marketing. So in that sense, I'm kind of beginner of the marketing, and I have a lot of difficulties. So I already hear through many people mentioned to me the best thing is not, I mean the technically the best one is not good, the best good in the market. Okay? In the market is best popular. thing is much better than that one. So in that sense, as the Dr. Peng mentioned, we may need the kind of, I think we need a dialogue channel among the private companies, although the WM has some PP program, but it's a kind of bureaucratic meeting, I guess. I was also a member of the PPE, so but it's very hard to get to in kind of the talk in the bottom of the mind. So if we may have that kind of chance, then it may be good for at least for us and maybe good for you guys too.
I'm wondering, in Korea, do you have your local PPE platform? Just a local Korea dialogue, a local dialogue. I think I remember Japan, JMBSC, just like a platform. You also have a WXBC, just like Professor Noburo, and he organized the WXBC by JMA. Yeah. So I'm wondering, such is kind of platform in Korea or in Japan, what you did and what's the situation, what's the function for that?
I may say first, and in Korea, we're pretending that we have. You understand? Actually, we have dialogue with the administrator of KMA, with the private company associations. But the problem is in the meeting, then the administrator coming and they propound what the KMA doing and everything, and they move out. They have not listened to us. Just they speak to us. And then the government office is, they are very much concerning what we're talking. Accidentally, they are very worried about what the accidentally we're speaking to the administrator. So they are very limited to the kind of situation. So I may say that we have the kind of channel, but the channel is one way.
But I remember I saw your KMA's people support the private sector, especially the equipment company, to sell them, to help them to go to the lots of expo and to support them, lots of support for them. And you also have a funding. I remember one time my company get the KMA's funding because KMA want to study the Taiwan and China with the market. They give us the funding to study the market, the Chinese market.
That's right. And there are two kinds of business in Korea in the wet market. One is for KMA, the other one is for society. Okay. And the KMA is always encouraging for KMA business. Okay, supply to the equipment to the KMA, and then they may have. Actually, in Korea, where the equipment market is about 90%, maybe less than 90, but most of consumer is a government agency, so they are not quite the freedom. Let's keep it that one, and they encouraging to do that one. Very, it's a kind of the very initial stages. Okay, they provided to the some funding for the open to the kind of exhibition booth or that kind of thing. That's only, yeah. So.
Yep, Professor.
Yes, sir.
Can I have questions?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I think my questions are going to all of you three speakers in this session, because you focusing on some of public private partnership.
Yes.
So I'm wondering actually, which sector do you think play a leading role for establishing those kind of platform or dialogue for efficient public-private partnership to vitalize the communication between public and private sectors? This question probably going to all of you three speakers.
So I speak first, so I may say first, and then we follow to the Dr. Peng and Abe-san. Okay, is that okay?
Okay.
Yeah. In Korea, the dialogue means we have starting the both way. I mean, together. and it's for example, it's a reading by the government, then it means to the propound the policy, or it's starting from the private, then it's a complaint. So the dialogue should be simultaneously they together. But the problem is not dialogue. Not the dialogue means we have one way we speak and the other way we listen. But in Korea, government's idea is that they like to speak, but we feel they are very hardly listen to what we say. That's a problem in Korea, at least. Yeah. What about Taiwan, Dr. Peng?
Okay. There were different point of view. The first thing is from the Open Government Partnership, OGP. OGP means the government still are the key to make the ecosystem. So the government should take responsible for everything, because the government is our taxpayer to organize this government, to help them to work the government. So the government are responsible for all of the ecosystem, but they should invite all the interest group. For example, private sector, civil society, university, and also some people. They care about the ecosystem. They should open to the public, and the government is one of them. Not dominate. So the not dominate is a key issue for this PPP, or can say PPE. And however, the first thing is everybody should be equal, and they should have a meeting. And however, sometimes because lots of interest group in this ecosystem, they were totally different opinion. So sometimes we will meet. We will have lots of huge meeting for that. For example, the last is a very good example in Taiwan, and probably in the future you can because they are right now they got a very high rating in our presidential hackathon, and every reviewer liked this idea because their case is the private sector, the civil society dominate the action about that, and the government is just one of them. And the government not provide the funding, it's provide the resources and the know-how for that. However, still have some government official reject their idea to join. So right now, because they got the attention from all our government and all our people, so they are going up and up. And such is kind of a model can copy to the other river, because they just only focus on this river, and they can copy to the other river. And it's very good example in Taiwan. But however, it's not to do the PPP in a big ecosystem. Probably it should be small system. So sometimes if we make a too big system, for example, if we want to talk about weather industry, it's too huge. So sometimes we can focus on the ecosystem about data and how to use the data policy, and the data service or not. I think from the small pool of the PPE, sometimes you can much more successful than the huge pool for that. So the ecosystem, the scope we choose is also very important. So I think the government role is should open mind. The government should have the responsible for all, and they also should get the pressure from the Congress. And however, you should let the Congress know we are an ecosystem, not the parliament say, oh, you should do that and you should follow. No, and you should have an ecosystem. Even the parliament or the congressman, they are part of the ecosystem. So such is kind of model is a good PPP model. It's my experience from the open government, because in the internationally, and we have an OGP organization. OGP talks lots of things about that. I remember Korea also joined the OGP. So such is kind of the OGP concept is very good to each sector, even in weather and also climate. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Abe-san.
Yes. So I'd like to talk in another viewpoint. So now in Japan, JMA is very much concentrating to the disaster mitigation. So there is a lot of things to do to create a new new warnings and watches and to distribute and make actions. So they have almost 6,000 people, but so they don't have enough resources to provide all of the services for the society. So they are now concentrating the disaster mitigation. So private sectors, as a private sector mission, so provide the services for the, efficient improving of the, productivity of society, such kind of the solutions type of services. They may not have enough resources to do. So we don't have a room to compete. So a lot of we cannot do anything still. So we don't have also enough resources to provide the weather services for all of the industries. So we should more collaborate type of the situation. So to enhance our field. So that's a point I would like to say. So that kind of the consensus, it drives our PPP structure. So to understand the goal and the purpose, that's a point in my understanding. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Yeah, Professor
Chen,
O?
is that okay? Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor O. Well, as we have 3 speakers from Taiwan, Korea, and also Japan for the weather enterprise. So in the past few years, I was involved in this discussion internationally as I was the General Secretary of IFMS. So I involved in this discussion. I noticed that in some developing countries, they are a little bit afraid or have some fear for the big companies internationally to enter their market. And as we know, as we 3 discussed, Japan, Taiwan, and Japan are all open markets. So I don't know, for this situation, for instance, in Japan, although we know Weather News is the biggest company, but for the other companies like maybe IBM, if they would like to enter this market, or the other countries, big companies would like to enter the Korean market, how do you deal with this situation, and what's the policy or any other maybe discussion through this point? And surely that's also a kind of internationally situation for every developing countries. Yeah, thank you.
Well, in Korea, we don't have any restrictions for the international company. As we mentioned, the Weather News is their Korean office there, and the IBM is they have the IBM Korea. They have their one, so they have no restrictions. Even in Korea, the KMA is very proud to join to as a data customer, like the IBM or Weather News. They're customer of the local data provided by the KMA. So I don't think there are any restrictions. So that's why at least the nano-weather is we are focusing on the less than 1 kilometer is we are avoid that kind of competition with the international companies. So it's very localized, that one. I think it's much better than those companies, I guess. That's the way we are looking for the solution. What about Dr. Peng?
Actually, my opinion is the developed and developing country for the business point of view is totally different. Sometimes I analyze this, the global different nations have different weather policy or different weather business in their country. developed countries, if they have a very well PPP, and they will have their own weather industry. However, developing country, most of them are government dominate, so they do not have any kind of weather service. The totally weather service from government, and even the private sector, they want to do the business. You cannot get the money actually, because the total standard, they do not have such as a funding to pay to the weather business for that. So I don't think this is a big issue, because for example, in Taiwan about 20 years ago, you know, we are still growing, and right now, because Taiwan the GDP is higher enough, so however most of the business, they can pay for the weather. However, so I mean the developed country, because they have the much more funding, and also the educated about the knowledge should be paid. And however, developing country is not easy to get. So for example, I try to have some business in Vietnam or Southeast Asia. It's not easy. I think the weather news, you also have the experience. Your revenue will totally come from Japan or US or European country, not the developing country. So it's not easy to make money for the developing country. So it's based on the business. So I think it's not a big issue. But however, they will still have some conflict. Conflict is based on, for example, 10 years ago, Taiwan just in growing market. So we have lots of conflict about that. But right now, it's very clear, and we do not have the issue now.
Okay.
Yep.
So it's, we still have 2 minutes, but you have any further comment or questions?
Yeah, how about Dr. Abe, if other countries would like to enter the Japanese market?
Yeah, the company in other countries try to enter the Japan's market, you mean? Yes, I think so. Also, we always think about totally new services. So our vision is not a complete situation. So provide a new, totally new creative services. That's our concept. So we are very much welcome to join other enterprise in other countries come to Japan to enhance the market. Also, just compete and taking a market share type of competition, that's not a good thing. So our market is not mature. So we have a lot of things to do. So we would like to collaborate with such kind of outside companies, also enhance the services for the society. That's my opinion.
Okay.
The last
I guess,
question.
you have further questions?
Yes, Dr. O, I would like to ask the last question for the speakers. This is Hannah Lin from CIER. I'm also the secretary for APCSW 2021. Actually, just this past Monday, we announced that we, CWB and another 6 NGO have founded a Taiwan Climate Service Partnership, TCFD, on Monday, which is very close to APCC in Japan. Right now, we have the organization here as a platform to enhance the partnership between Central Weather Bureau, the public sector, and the private sectors. However, I'm an economics, so I would like to ask you your opinion for those 3 honorable speakers. In your opinions, if government put more efforts on strengthening PPP, public partnership in your country, how do you think your market size or your revenue can increase? For example, in Korea, according to our surveys or the report from Korea, more than 50% of the Korean whaler industry is from manufacturing. Is there a potential if we enhance the PPP, the service part can increase the market size? Is my question for you. Thank you.
Yeah, well, it depending on how you can look at the report survey. I mean, for example, I may say that IBM Korea they opened the office and they have they may succeed to contract with the Samsung Electronics company. Okay, because the Samsung wanted to sell to their cellular phone to the all over the world, so they are very prepared to contract with the well-known company. But they report as a kind of revenue in the weather service in Korea. Okay, so well, in the total money is like 50%, something like that. But actually, we feel like we are not that much. Okay, so that's the situation. But as Abe-san said, if you are welcome to come to Korea and you can make a deal with Samsung or LG or whatever with their no restrictions. But it's a big guy's game at this time. Okay. Dr. Peng, you have anything to mention about Deborah?
Yes, I would like to ask the other two speakers the same question. Can you provide us some your opinions? Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Yes. Actually, I joined this platform by the Professor Lin, Dr. Lin, and my opinion is in the beginning, I think if the government want to do, the government can organize PPP. PPP do not need official organization. And however, I'm very glad the CWB want to make it sustainable, not only by one people, so one organization to help to organize the topic. I think it's also very good to make the ecosystem. And however, the key issue is we should have some market people to know, the people should know the business, not only the research. Just I know this organization is very good, although you invite some enterprise to join. However, it's still too academic and too lots of people from university. So it's not easy to understand the business or enterprise idea about that. So the language is totally different. So I think the platform is good. However, the people, the interest people, how they can make a business or how can they make a good communication is not easy. So how to make it clear to the future cooperation, we still have a long way to go. Yeah, from the people, from the composition of this organization, we should. I recommend we should have maybe some adjustment in the near future.
Yeah. So, as a mission of Weather News, I would like to make a healthy market in each country with NMHS people and with private sectors. So I'm very happy to join also in Korea and also in Taiwan to create a good collaboration situation between NMHS and private sectors as a PPP. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. I think it's about time we have closing the discussion sessions. So before closing, I'd like to mention one more thing. Dr. Kamikawa is in charge of next half of these sessions, and also I'm very appreciated that he's willing to report to the final conclusion session for our sessions. Okay, thank you very much, and I would like to close our first part of this session at this moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. O, Dr. Zhao,
Yes.
Mr. Peng, and Mr. Abe for sharing these insightful thoughts. Now, it's time for a group photo. May I ask the moderators and participants to turn on your camera so we can have a group photo together. Thank you.
Okay.
Three, two, one, cheese. Thank you. We're now going to take a short break for session 3. The second part of session 3 will begin at 3:10 p.m. Taipei time. And we will have Dr. Gongyue K. Miu Chao, Dr. Chun Sigao, and Dr. Elizabeth Simerton to give us 3 more presentations. Please come back and join us on time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Excuse me.
Yes?
Recently, everyone's always asking me a question. Why do you like to go cycling in the mountains so suddenly? Is it that you're in love? The answer is simple. The more uphills you ride, the more downhills you will gain. On this route, you can easily see a little further, but you will better understand what it means to get a closer look. You will hear the throbbing of your soul. Then you'll be brave enough to chase it. You can smell the scent brought by the wind and know how far you have ridden. Your mouth will not be for eating only, but to tell.
Excuse me. 环岛1号线是要走这边还是那边？
环岛1号线，是你。
花莲往哪边？不好意思。
And then follow the heartbeat. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale, and fuse with this world. I like this place because it's here that I can feel my true self. And also, the person who understands me.
Watch out.
要不要一起？
This is Taiwan.
Go cycling.
And feel the sensation.
Taiwan.
The heart of Asia.
Excuse me.
Yes.
环岛1号线是要走这边还是那边？
环岛1号线，
对。
你喜欢海吗？你喜欢山，要走这里。
It's important to win at the starting line.
你喜欢海吗？你喜欢山。
Once you've made up your mind, you must complete the journey. The route you choose to take can instantly let you experience all the heights and lows of life. They are all full of wonders. The route will enable you to see a little further, will show what it means to be able to look closer. It will let you hear your heartbeat. Then you'll have the courage to chase after your dreams. The scent you smell will stay with you forever. And at this very moment, because of this route, your mouth will not only be used for eating or for speaking.
我们常常在帮所有这样子打气的。
But to follow your heartbeat. Inhale, exhale, and become merged with this world. And even meet the person who understands you.
好巧，
是你啊！环岛1号线，你喜欢海吗？
This route is real. We call it cycling route number 1.
Hey, 是你吗？
又见面了。
追不追？
一起追。
Go cycling.
And feel the sensation.
Taiwan.
The heart of Asia.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be starting our session in 3 minutes. Please join us at 3:10 p.m. Taipei time. Before we officially enter the session, may I remind the participants on WebEx, if you have any questions, you can use the raise hand button on WebEx during discussion time. For all the participants online, please submit your questions to our Slido platform. Thank you. Now, let's continue our session 3, Public-Private Partnership and Sustainable Development. It's our honor to have Dr. Jai Ho Oh and Dr. Gongyue Keimyo Zhao to chair this session. The 3 speakers in the second half of session 3 are Dr. Gongyue Keimyo Zhao from International Climate Development Institute of Taiwan, and Dr. Chong Si Gao from Faculty of Engineering, Lund University in Sweden, and Dr. Elizabeth Simerton from Vietnam Country Office of the Center for International Forestry Research and World Agroforestry. The second half of this session will be hosted by Dr. Zhao. Dr. Zhao, please.
Thank you. Welcome back. We had 2 days Asia Pacific Climate Service Workshop, and also we had a very great discussion in the last session. We had 3 enterprise representatives from Taiwan, Korea, and Japan. So in this session, we are more focused on the partnership and dialogue and how to implement this climate service in different sections. So I'm Camille Chow, and I'm glad to host this session, and with 2 other speakers, Dr. Chun Si Gao from Sweden, and also Dr. Simerton, also from Sweden. Oh, yeah. So we have 2 Sweden speakers. That's great. Okay. So for the first part, I will share some inside thoughts, based on my experience few years. Okay, let me check. All right. Could you see my presentation file? Yes. Okay. So, well, my presentation file here. Okay. My topic is to enhance the climate service partnership in the Asia Pacific region. Okay. So about me, in the past few years, I work in the APEC Typhoon Center as the deputy director before 2015. So I coordinate with 21 member economies for extreme weather events discussion, how to impact the social economy situation in different economies, something like that. And after 2015, I work more globally and to have cooperation with different international foreign or organization, INGO or NGO. And I serve as the General Secretary of International Forum of Meteorological Societies, IFMS, since 2016. And now I was the treasurer since 2018. Okay. So based on my experience, I noticed that in the past few years, we talk about the climate service, or when we discuss some discussion or programs in climate change, we more focus on disaster part. For instance, we noticed that in the past decades, the economy loss based on the natural hazards worldwide, we have the calculation from 1.63 trillion US dollars raised to 2.97 trillion US dollars. So we put a lot of efforts in disaster to mitigate the impact for extreme weather or climate change. And based on the latest climate service report released by WMO last year or 2 years ago, 2020 version. And as you see, the main theme for this climate service report provided by WMO, they analyze the needs or the points from promoting this climate service in different continents. For instance, in Asia, we more focus on the disaster knowledge or detection, monitoring, warning, dissemination, and communication part. And in Europe or in North America, they more focus on the preparedness response, something like that. Yeah. So each continent, they have different focus. And in Asia, we have quite different with the other continents. We more need warning, dissemination, and communication part, which means we need more effort on communication, education, and capacity building for different society or maybe community. But if we look at, for instance, the value chain of climate services, in the last part, you will see that disaster is one of the major pillar for the climate service development. For the others, we do have agriculture and food security, energy, health, and water. And if you go back to the early part of the climate service value chain, since the service production, we do need more like observation, modeling, forecasting, or the other service delivery part, which creates a lot of values or needs in these climate service providers and users. So for this part, as we mentioned about the weather enterprise in globally, we do have a very good discussion through these 2 days agenda and discussion from public, private sectors. I was wondering, how could we provide more space or market value if we can have more dialogue or programs help the climate service trans into the science to the market value. Okay. In the past, the role of climate services, we more focus on the adaptation part because we think for the climate service or the climate data, it's like foundation for all different, disaster or impacts, as I mentioned in the first part of this presentation. But the new trend for the climate service is we need to consider the mitigation and the adaptation at the same time. Based on the new trend for dealing with the climate change issues globally, climate services is one of the key factors to drive mitigation, low carbon initiative, and also to dealing with the impact assessment for adaptation at the same time. And based on the new trend for this new year, not only for the mitigation and also adaptation, now we have new target for the net zero target for 2015. And also we have new target for SDG since 2015 to 2030. So based on this new role, from our part, we not only think about using climate science to drive the mitigation and the adaptation at the same time. We need to think about how to using the climate services to drive the net zero for different sectors. We have 6 sectors: transportation, housing, and energy, and the other sectors, including agriculture. And we do have 17 SDG goals. If we see that from the climate service, SDG 13, to the others, for instance, we see SDG 13 to SDG 7, the renewable energy. All the renewable energies, wind, solar, and water, all the others, they all need more accuracy climate services to provide, to drive more services provided by them. So including this role, the new role of climate services, we can see that if we trend these climate services only using for the climate impact or assessment, in the past, if you see on the more dark blue part, for the economic losses covered by insurance in the past few years, and compare to the economic losses didn't cover by the insurance, we can see the gap in between, which becomes the more economy value or market if we can using climate science to drive and to make the profit. Therefore, 2 years ago, as we have the climate services workshop in 2019, APCSW in 2019, we have very good dialogue between public sector and private sector, and we invite 10 different countries representatives to Taiwan to discuss the climate services trend and policies. At the same time, in Europe, as you mentioned, as you can see, they also have the climate services conference at the same time in November. And they're more focused on mobility, future cities, tourism, energy, agriculture, and water and health, which is organized by the EU and also under the Copernic program. And for this part, we can see that for different continents, they also have the institutionalized mechanism to have the dialogue and the discussion, experience sharing platform for different sectors and stakeholders for climate services, and which makes the science transit to the market more naturally, and also we can make the effort by the dialogue. So for this part, I would like to make more proposal that if we can see the new role of the climate services as the center to drive the mitigation, adaptation at the same time. We also need using the climate services for more innovative technology, and also to see it as an essential or key factor for the new climate finance trend. As we discussed the TCFD in the past few years, if we can see the new trend for the climate services market, the TCFD has also become a very, very requirement policy for different countries. In fact, as I mentioned, in Japan, in New Zealand, or the other countries, even in Europe, the TCFD now become a new requirement for the company to release their climate-related disclosure. And if we can see this more broadly, if the new net zero policy or the campaign, they need more company to involve. It's not only using the climate services to reduce the impact. They need more innovative driving force to create new market, and also new item for encourage, and also for using these climate services to have different approaches to drive the SDGs from 13 to the other sectors. So to short conclude it, the climate services is the key factor for building the resilience and then the new business model. And also, different continents, they have different model for the dialogue and the needs. We should using the climate services to enhance the partnership, and also in Asia Pacific, it needs an institutionalized mechanism. And in the past few years, we have a very good dialogue through APEC, through Asia Pacific Climate Service Workshop, APCSW in 2019, and also this year. We have seen this is a very good platform to build up a platform for public and private sectors to have dialogue, to see the needs from each other, and also to see if we can work on the new market together. So here, I would like to propose a new idea. If we can have a formal dialogue platform under the APEC to create an APEC Climate Services Partnership as a virtual platform. And for the APCSW, we can have the biannual meeting in 2 years round and invite more public, private, and also maybe other research or different communities to join. And perhaps we can drive the new force to drive the net zero target as possible. So as we facing the climate emergency globally, and this year it is a very critical year for net zero racing campaign, I propose we can have the dialogue in Asia Pacific region, and we help the different business model, new business model, and different partners to drive the net zero together. Thank you very much. Okay. All right, so go back to the session. I would like to see, okay, sorry. Let me check. Okay, I have difficulty. Okay, I turn down this share. Yep, 我需要把这个关掉，怎么关 ？Okay, so the next speaker is Chun Gao from Lund University, Sweden, and I believe you have a video to play. Yep, please.
As Climab project coordinator, I'm going to present a smartphone app, Climab, that can provide personalized heat, health, risk warnings, and advice. Climab is developed by Climab Consortium based on a European project to translate climate service into personalized adaptation strategies to cope with thermal stress, namely heat and cold stress. According to the latest APCC report, human influence has warmed the climate at an unprecedented rate. Global surface temperature has increased rapidly since the last few decades. On a global scale, the evidence of an increase in the intensity and the frequency of extreme hot weather events is very robust. This year we have witnessed new temperature records and the intense heat waves in North America and South Europe. Heat waves and cold spells lead to thermal discomfort, decreased work performance and productivity, increased heat and cold related illnesses, injuries, and deaths. But the impact of heat wave on health is not the same in different groups due to vulnerability and the individual difference. Elderly people and children do not have the same body heat regulation capacity as fit people. Outdoor workers are exposed to strong solar radiation during summer, and often they need to wear protective clothing even though the weather is hot. Therefore, it is necessary to extend climate service to consider these individual factors. In previous slide, I have already explained why it is necessary to personalize climate services. Furthermore, most current heat wave warnings are mainly based on a single climate variable, air temperature. The impact of heat and cold on health depends not only on temperature, but also on several other climate variables that can affect the heat exchange between human body and the environment, such as air humidity, mean radiant temperature, which is usually not available in current weather forecasts, and wind. In addition, most current heat health warning systems and weather apps do not consider personal factors and vulnerability such as age, body height and weight, physical activity intensity that determines body internal heat production, clothing such as protective clothing for construction and health workers, acclimatization to heat, body heat regulation capacity. The objectives of Climab project were to develop a mobile phone app that integrates weather forecast, and personal factors into human heat balance models and heat indices, and to improve personalized adaptation to heat and cold stress. Climab integrates weather forecast and personal factors into human heat balance models and heat indices. The weather forecast data inputs include not only air temperature, but also air humidity, wind velocity, and mean radiant temperature. Climab has also incorporated personal factors such as clothing, physical activity intensity, heat acclimatization that can affect human body heat exchange between the environment and the body. The app predicts human body responses, provides health risk warnings, and advice to cope with heat and cold stress. Climab works for outdoor and indoor environments. The outdoor and indoor modules are incorporated with 4 international standards of human thermal environments, including IREC, that is required clothing insulation, wind chill index, PMV, PBD indices, that is predicted mean load and predicted percentage dissatisfied of indoor thermal comfort, WBGT, the wet bulb globe temperature, and PHS, the predicted heat strain. It works globally in hot, moderate, and cold environments in a temperature range of -50 to +50 degrees Celsius. Data input into Climab include open short-term weather forecast from global numerical weather prediction models, including data from NOAA and the European Center for Medium-Range Weather Forecast, processed by Open Weather Map with free and easy-to-use application programming interface. User local weather forecast is automatically connected through GPS. User can interact with the app and input personal data. Here is the main screen of Climab. The top panel of the screen shows user's location, local weather forecast, and Climab summary. That is the heat or cold stress warning. The middle corner bar presents Climab index and the severity of heat or cold stress. The more towards the right-hand side, the red side, the higher the heat stress predicted by Climab. The more towards the left-hand side, the blue side, the higher the cold stress. The middle green area indicates thermal-neutral condition. Based on the thermal stress predictions, relevant advice as infographics and text are provided to users. This screen of Climab shows how the user can personalize the app by setting his or her body characteristics, including age, height, weight, heat acclimatization, and by customizing activity and clothing level. These personal parameters are then used in the prediction of Climab index. The Climab forecast panel shows heat and cold risk changes in the next 24 hours and the predicted low and high heat and cold risks, namely when Climab index drops below -2 or exceed +2 are highlighted. I would like to draw your attention of the left side screenshot here, where you can see the most severe cold stress predicted is at -3 degrees Celsius at 10 p.m., not at -9 at 1 p.m. in afternoon. Why is that? This is because Climab has taken into account several factors, including wind velocity and solar radiation. You can see here we have solar radiation in afternoon. So the cold stress does not occur at the lowest air temperature. So this case shows clearly we need to take into account more factors, not only the temperature alone. Climab supports a personal and group profile. Group profile includes senior and children caregiver profiles. A personal profile is the default setting for fit users and workers. The selection of profile determines that specific advice is given to relevant users. This screen shows specific advice to cope with heat stress for caregivers of seniors and children. Climab research functionality allows users to participate in citizen science programs if the user consents. The research functionality is not automated. It requires an explicit consent and action by the user to submit current values. The submitted values are stored on the app server in Denmark. This case of Climab personalization shows that in the same weather condition, the heat stress level is higher for users who are not acclimatized to heat. Climab case in the left side figure is a worker with a moderate workload in warm, dry condition. In the middle figure, the same worker wearing protective clothing, so the heat stress is increased. In the right-hand side, the worker is taking a break. The heat stress is decreased. Climab is funded by the European Union and co-funded by 3 funding agencies in Sweden, Denmark, and the Netherlands. The project consortium includes 4 universities in Sweden, Denmark, and the Netherlands, and 2 subcontractors. Climab in 10 languages is publicly available for Android and iPhone. So far, there are more than 1,200 users. Climab was awarded by WMO in 2020 for originality and innovation. Climab can be used by workers, organizations, caregivers for vulnerable groups. Anyone with a mobile phone can download and install. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for Dr. Gao's video presentation, and we will have the discussion later. Yep. So the next speak is provided by Dr. Elizabeth Simerton, and I believe they also she also has a video to play first. Yes. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So for before the video play, I think as we have different apps from Norway or Africa or the other different countries. So I was wondering maybe in Asia perhaps they will have more customized services in Asia in the future, right? So I mean, it could be the question to Dr. Gao. I wonder if Dr. Gao here.
I can hear you.
Yes.
Yes, there are possibilities, and it is necessary to customize to fit to Asia Pacific region. For example, the first customization is the language. Now is not available in 10 languages, but is not available in a language in Asia.
Mm-hmm.
So this is one of the customization, and the users can be different. their vulnerability. So this can be
Okay, so yeah. So for the customize, I wonder if you have any like new discover for different countries or different regions, if they use this new climate app. What's the different mode in these countries?
the algorithm behind the heat and cold stress assessment is based on international standards. But those international standards, I think, are mainly based on studies. For example, one of the studies, PHS, mainly based on studies in Europe, and then heat population. Whether the standard applies to users in Asian countries, I think more research needs to be done. And there are already concerns. We got some feedback saying this algorithm may need to be adjusted because of the user characteristics. So this is one of the questions we have received so far.
Okay, thank you. So we can have further discussion later. So the next would be Dr. Similton, and the video is ready. Yep.
Thank you so much for the kind invitation to talk at this year's Asia Pacific Climate Service Workshop. Some of you may remember at the APEC and APCC meeting in Papua New Guinea in 2018, I talked about how participatory agroclimate advisories improved the communication between Met officers, extension and farming communities in central Vietnam. So first of all, I want to pass on the greetings from our farmers that they are now also using Zalo or WhatsApp social media groups to share information. But they're not using tailor-made apps yet. And this seems to be quite general picture in Southeast Asia. Studies show that many farmers use smartphones, but not necessarily the apps, and they prefer face-to-face meetings to get their agriculture advice. So today I wanted to explore this topic a bit more, and I ask what apps are up for farmers. And I've talked specifically about apps with forecasts and agriculture advice combined. And this is based on a study that was done by myself and my colleague, Dr. Mariette McCampbell from Wageningen University in the Netherlands. As you have noticed, I'm sure, the push for digitalization in agriculture is growing stronger. This comes both from donors like World Bank and IFAD, but also from governments. And during COVID, we have seen many examples of why digitalization would benefit, especially farmers, to reach markets and be able to sell their products. At the same time, we live in the most critical decade for ourselves and the next generations of human life on this planet. The UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration collects 10 principles. Governments sign up to various goals and targets in their Sustainable Development Goals and the Rio Conventions. And since we are living in the fourth agriculture revolution, which means digitalization of agriculture, we wanted to know, are there apps for farmers in Southeast Asia? What production systems and what management is promoted in such apps? And are these services contributing to achieving international and national targets for sustainable development goals and biodiversity and climate conventions? So the findings that I will present for you today were just published in Agriculture. Many had mentioned that Southeast Asians had smartphones but didn't use them for agriculture apps. Farmers seems to still prefer interactive feedback and the oral information. And with a few exceptions, we were also not quite sure what apps actually were available for farmers in Southeast Asia. So that contrasts a little bit to some countries in Africa where, despite that the share of phone users is lower than in Southeast Asia, there's been a push for apps with crowdsourced data from a phone with an app with a geoposition that's then linked to remote sense data that then can send back information, and where the farmer is a ground truther of the remote sense data, more or less, still mixed with oral information though. How did we go about to search for the apps? Well, we imagine we were a smallholder farmer in Southeast Asia who typically has less than a hectare of land and grows a diversity of crops. So it would make little sense to search for an app for a specific crop like maize or banana or something like that. It may also be the first smartphone that they use, and since they're not familiar about the apps, they wouldn't know the name of the apps. So we started wide with agriculture apps only, and we imagined that we would get so many results, we were worried about how to analyze them. It turned out that only about 10% of the results were apps for agriculture advice and weather forecasts. And of course, I want to flag here that the results may be limited, that we only searched in English. And we also double-checked then with Web of Science to come back with more results. To structure the information that we gathered about the apps, we used the 4 dimensions of the Responsible Research and Innovation Framework. It speaks to anticipation, inclusion, reflexivity, and responsiveness. And we had specific questions for each of those 4 aspects. But for the presentation today, we will select only 4 about the purpose, the actors, the feedback, the product information, and the last one, which really speaks to whether the app is aligned, or the advice in the app is aligned with the 10 principles for the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration and its contribution to higher diversity and resilience goals, such as those that are stated in Sustainable Development Goals and the Rio Conventions. And you'd be surprised how difficult it turned out to even find the same basic information about the purpose, the developer, the funder, and the functionalities of the app. And so we had to simplify and rephrase these particular questions even more. And to get more in depth, we probably should have combined the search with interviews and consultations with app developers and users and other actors. But that's also why it's interesting to speak about these results to this forum today and hear what your thoughts are. If you read the paper, you will also see the supplementary material, which really shows that gaps in the information. And it turns out that many projects or many apps still are in project phase, so they are not scaled out yet. In the end, we had to look at apps also from Africa. So we kept 9 in total with weather information, and 2 more apps which had some interesting features in terms of data sharing and responsiveness. I will go through some of the key findings on the 4 aspects of the Responsible Research Innovations Framework. And first, we asked how developers were anticipating the consequences of the apps. And we actually found very little objective quantitative evidence of the benefits of the apps or impacts of the apps, besides some websites that were presenting some fantastic case study of 1 or 2 farmers. It seems that developers consider the best measure of an app's success as the number of downloads. That, of course, ignores the fact that many are not really active users, and also that downloads can include updates. So it's not new users. And assuming then that all of those thousands, perhaps millions of users actually follow the advice in the apps, do developers and also governments actually anticipate the unintended or broader consequences of the apps? In terms of inclusion, the services are developed for, but not necessarily with, the farmers. Thereby, they're overlooking critical needs and social factors such as digital literacy. Most of the apps were project initiated, driven by foreign capital. In private joint ventures, public agencies were not really involved at all. And in the foreign-funded development projects, there were partnerships or joint ventures with public agencies, but they received very little share of the total funding. And that means to the national agriculture and Met departments. It seems also that the Ministry of Agriculture was involved slightly more often than the Met offices. And this is critical because the capacity of public Met offices are important for developing early warning and climate adaptation as well. The other aspect of this inclusion is also that there's very little opportunity for the users to provide feedback. We noted that the developers didn't really take the opportunities to communicate with the users through the Google App Store or through the Q&As. Alternatively, if there were bad questions, they were taken away, as those ratings often were 4 or 5 stars for most of the apps. As I already mentioned, it's been extremely difficult to find and search to find comparable information about the apps. Another risk here is that when apps are downloaded, we don't know what user information the app developers take away. If there's crowdsourced information, who owns the data? What is that data then used for? Some of the developers have mentioned that they sell the data or they sell the information as a way to reduce the price of the apps, but it's important to be open about that. And another thing on this point is that with so limited information, is it even possible to reflect on the app's intentions? Lastly, and this alludes to the ecosystem restoration goals, the reviewed apps primarily supported single solutions, so only maize, only coffee, and even if the apps had more than one crop, the advice is only for crops as monocultured, so none of them targeted mixed systems or integrated farming systems. If they had any information about intercropped crops or ecological agriculture, such information will come on a separate non-weather related tab, so not together with an updated weather forecast. There's also no links to natural resources, so if there is irrigation advice, we don't know if that's linked together with the groundwater resources or other available resources. If there are such apps, they are totally invisible. And this gives a pretty scattered picture because developers are promoting monoculture while the governments are trying to implement diversification, and farmers as well if they want to step up to more sustainable practices. That's not included in these apps. In the paper, we have a long discussion on good pieces of information and also some critical needs. In short, we are calling for a systematic and simple means for users to assess and compare and be informed before they download the app. This includes also control and clarity on how developers use the user's information and crowdsource data from users. This requires developers to engage with users, governments and research communities to develop these responsible apps. And there must be a great need of digital capacity building involved as well, both for farmers and extension. In order for the scientific community too to evaluate apps performance, we really need to develop a technical intercomparison protocol similar to the crop model intercomparison project 10 years ago or so. Clearly, there is a need to prioritize innovative, inclusive apps that support farmers and governments in achieving the commitments to sustainability targets. And maybe there needs to be discussion too on regulations or requirements on app developers. Thank you for your attention. I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Okay, thank you for your presentation, Dr. Simerton. So here's 3 different presentations by this session, and for this part I would like to discuss with other 2 speakers. It's very interesting that I found it for our 2 speakers actually have common points, for they have both experience in Asia and Europe. and also when they develop this app services. So I have asked Dr. Gao, so this term lady first. I would like to also ask Dr. Similton, since you developed this app for the farmers and for the compare the experience between Europe and the Asia, what's the most difficulty part for provide this app services in Asia compared to Europe? Yep.
Thank you for your question. So actually, we have not developed any apps. We have just made a review of apps and thinking what could be possibly used in Southeast Asia, because we are already working here with social media, where farmers are using social media, but not yet apps. So just to make that clear. And I think some of the difficulties are, first of all, connections. And the area, farmers in Southeast Asia have very small areas for cultivation. And what we discover in this review also is that the apps are not providing agricultural advisories for diverse land uses. They provide advice for one crop at a time. So this is actually contradicting with what the UN Decade of Ecosystem Restoration is arguing for, and what we are also needing to do to enhance biodiversity and diverse agroecosystems. I can say from what I know and what we have seen through doing the reviews also that the apps in Europe, and I think also North America, will also consider user data information and lots of those uncertain, how to say, the digital information that is extracted from users. There are laws for that, which I don't think we have in Southeast Asia yet as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you very much. So the next question goes to Professor Gao. As you mentioned, there are 10 countries to distribute these apps, and also it's very easy to customize if we have some customers in Asia Pacific region. But I was wondering, for the business model to sustain this apps service, do you have more like sustainable model for deliver this service?
First of all, actually, Climab can be used globally. It's not restricted to 10 countries, but in the app is in 10 language versions, like English, Swedish, and German, Italian, and but not in Asian language versions. Not available. This can be further extended. And secondly, the app actually is publicly available. It's free. It works globally. So anyone who has a mobile phone, smartphone, can download and use, and it's totally free. It's automatically linked to the local weather forecast through GPS. So if you are in Taipei or in New York, so it's automatically connected to the local weather forecast. And then the users interact with lab. You input your own personal factors like activity level and heat or climatization. And then the algorithms behind it will make an automatic assessment of heat and cold stress level, and based on the assessment, then provides stress warnings and advice. In the development of this app, we have not involved farmers, but I expect it can be used by farmers. We did involve workers at workplaces, So in a wider sense, farmers are also a kind of workers. So if they have a different level of work intensity, you have different protective clothing. So this can be customized by the users. They can input their personal factors. But we have not directly involved them. So according to Elizabeth's presentation and the review of the app development, actually we should assess our app if it is suitable for farmers. But in principle, it should work, but it may need some fine adjustment.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. So for the funding of the apps, who provide the funding for the services?
It's co-funded by European Union and 3 participating countries, Sweden, Denmark, and the Netherlands. So 3 funding agencies from the 3 countries, and then half from European Union.
So basically is the public funding and also provided by the EU. Yeah. Okay. So
Yes.
so that goes to my next questions is well, since we're going to have new target for the net zero racing for 2050, and also we have to reach the SDG goals for 17 goals, or if you count more detailed goals, 169 any. A lot of services provided by the public funding, but they maybe need some new resources from the private sector or the business model. And for this part, as we have focused on the vulnerable group in this discussion, I wonder for both of you different speakers, you have experience from EU and Asia. And in EU, we know a lot of services provided by the private sector or enterprise or social enterprise. And how do we consider these different models in Asia? And if we can make more services to the vulnerable group, taking care of their for their climate risk, and can be more sustainable. Yep. Lady first, Simultan.
So I think there are lots of different models in the paper that where we review. There are different types. So there are private enterprises, there are small scale, big scale, and there are also lots of public funding, mainly from the European Union, who are supporting app development. And most of the ones that we can find any information about actually make a big business themselves, going back to Europe. So a little involvement of national counterparts. And that's where I would like to see more in investments and development together with the national Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Agricultures, who are the ones who actually benefit from this information. And by sharing data, we're just reflecting a little bit on the previous session as well about data sharing. The thing that I would really want to see more of is with these services providing long-term and short-term weather forecasts, the avoided loss and damage. Somebody has to pay for the damage when it happens, when there is a loss to disaster. And by actually preventing that damage to happen, we save money. And that can, I mean, in my way of looking at things, that could easily go to investing in these type of information services instead. And that's where I think the governments have a more role to play. It's in their own interest. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. And Dr. Gao?
Climab focuses on health. And this can be in the health of outdoor workers, including farmers, and also children and elderly, because they are vulnerable to both heat and cold. For vulnerable group, children and elderly, I think found in this development of the app that is customized to elderly and children should be supported by the public funding, by the government, for example, Met Office or public health agency in different countries. And but an app can be used by companies, industries, can be further customized and revised and to fit to their specific conditions. Then it means this specific company, they should provide the funding, but then it will be only used within the company. So I think that this should be maybe a suggestion two ways, both public funding and private funding. So Climab is now is like a basic frame. It can be further. We are actually in discussion of further development for different purpose, for different group of users. Then you have a different customization. And then we need a further funding, but this can be both from government and from companies.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. So, for both of you response to the question, we have discovered the dialogue between the national service and also the private sector to provide the joint effort for deliver the service to the vulnerable group is very important. And we know that for EU and also the Nordic countries, you have a very good platform for share the experience between different countries and stakeholders. So for this part, I'm wondering if you have any experience or inside thoughts for this kind of institutionalized platform or dialogue and can shape the future climate services in Asia and from the European or Nordic experience. Yeah. This time, Dr. Gao first.
Okay. My experience in EU is and also Nordic countries is the information is very open. In this case, the climate development process, all the codes, source codes are open, and everything is open. So the publication is open access, so I'm not sure if this can be also applied to Asia Pacific countries. Yeah, I would suggest to have open access. Everything is open now. Now the app, everyone can use the whole world, so it's not restricted in EU and in these three participating countries. And also the codes, source codes behind are open. Everyone who is interested can further develop a more customized app for their sector, for their group, based on this basic codes. You can change, you can modify. But the only thing is you just you publish papers, you cite the sources. So this is based on Climab. So you can further develop another, for example, Climab, either for Taiwan or Indonesia. So it's the next second version, third version.
Yeah, so basically, if the countries or the regional different governments, they create the open environment for resources or any other information to deliver between them, and the innovation or more public services could be created in this environment. Okay, so Dr. Simonton.
So I think I agree on the code. It's good that it's sourced or it's available, open source. My concern is when there are private companies only, because as we heard in the previous session very clearly, some are using it only for their internal information and to be competitive. And to me, that's not what this is for. This is for, as we have talked about, vulnerable people who are doing their business. And my concern is when there is user data and it's not clear how that user information is used. That's my real concern when it comes to using apps and crowdsource the data that's sent back to through remote sensing, or you use your GPS points, for example. So there are something called GODAN. I forget exactly what it stands for now, but this is a practice that is being developed, and it's referred to in our paper also. That is delivering, or it's sort of user safe use of data and what's extracted from your information. Perhaps there needs to be some kind of insurance and global protocol for how to use apps and the information in apps, and also how to compare apps so that the users themselves know when we speak of agriculture apps, how can I know which app is for me and is useful for me if they're not developed together with me? Many of these apps are not. So that would be also in the interest of governments, I think. In the end of the day, if there are thousands of farmers downloading these apps and the government has no control over what apps and what information is spread through those apps, then that could be another concern for them, that we are ensured that the environmental and natural resources are used sustainably.
Yeah, so based on the response from two speakers, actually, we create a platform or an environment for the open resources. However, we also need some like the role from government or the regional platform, institutionalized platform, to be a mitigator and to have the balance between this public and private interest, and to shape the climate service in good. Yeah. So I see there's a question from the audience. Dr. Lin. Yeah, Dr. Huan Yilin, please. Yeah.
Mr. Chow, and hi, Dr. Gao and Dr. Simonton. This is Henlai Lin from CIER. I'm very interested in this session because you both talking about apps and try to tailor the climate service for some end users. And I have some stories want to share with you that actually my team used to work with CWB, try to tailor the app for fishermen and also for agricultural farmers. Why we have this action? Because we do the evaluation first, and we go to interview fishermen and agricultural farmers and also crop farmers, and we figure out that the agricultural farmers they need the more accurate app for them to do their operations. So actually, if I can share some of the materials on the screen, I think maybe in the future, if Mr. Chow's idea, the APCS is really formed, and I show this. It's not translated into English, but it's on the website of CWB, and they have this Happy Life app, something like that. Okay. And you can see they also have the app for health, apps for tourism, and this is related to my research. This is apps for fishermen here, and this is the app for campus, for students, for parents, and a lot of things. But I will take my example to share with you that in this, for agriculture or fishermen, this is a pioneer apps developed by CW and recommended by CIER, by economics evaluations. Due to our previous research, we found out those people are very in need for app, and they required the pressure forecast. So we interviewed a lot of agricultural farmers, and they told us that they need to know in the next maybe 12 hours or 24 hours where the pressure goes up or down. They can do their immediate actions to manage their agricultural farms. So according to our recommendation and our survey results, actually here CW try to figure out how they produce this forecast and put those things on their fishery apps. And this is actually a prototype developed by CW. CW actually want this prototype. Maybe in the future, some private sector want to do it more or better. We are happy to see this happen. But for those who are in need and who are not able to pay for tailor climate service informations, we try to do these examples and tell the climate industries or weather service industry they can do this for those peoples. And also for farmers, actually the Taiwan Agricultural Research Institute, they develop an app for farmers, and for 55 the major agricultural cultivation areas. So actually we have some prototypes maybe for your reference. Maybe in the future, if we have we can hold another session for apps discussion, and I'm sure that I have a lot of story to share with you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lin. So, comments back from Dr. Gao and Elizabeth. Lady first.
No, not really. I think it's interesting to see all these apps coming out. I think the main reflection only is to develop them together with the users from the start. So not coming up with something, because there's a huge gap and capacity gap when we speak of computer scientists and developers and farmers who have no education whatsoever, often, or very little at least, in terms of thinking about things abstractly like we do in apps and as scientists. So to do this together, I think there are lots of examples of hackathons, for example, that could be bring in the users to these groups, and perhaps with the young generation of farmer children, there will be more apps as well.
Yep. Okay. And
Yes,
Dr. Gao?
I have another story to share with you. Like maybe in several weeks ago, when I go to an outreach workshop for the farmers, and I told the CW staff, we used to visit here 6 years ago, and 6 years ago we used computer to teach them how to use the web and how to see CW's website and check the materials. And after 6 years, when we come back here, we use app. Everybody has smartphones right now. So we use app teaching materials to teach them how to use the CW's forecast data, or how could you find your local area forecast. So the transformation has been happened, but a lot of effort need to be taken by many parties. This is our story.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lin. And comments
Can
from...
I just add?
Okay, sure.
May I just add one comment? So quickly, from this review as well, we saw that the possibility for farmers to provide feedback it's not used very well in those apps. And I think even to be able to use the Q&As or to communicate with the developers throughout the use of the app is really important. So thanks for bringing that up.
Okay. All right, Dr. Gao? Yep.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Lin, for your very good experience of involving users for the app development. Actually, we need collaborate more with users, more user involvement, because we are from universities, academia, so we need collaboration with end users and stakeholders. You have a lot of experience. In our case, we involve the users all the time from the beginning to the end, and in the middle, we have different versions of prototypes. Then when we involve the users and ask them, and even we have tested the app in our usability lab. So both in the lab and in the field, and involve users. But for researchers in academia, it's not easy to involve users. But if we have a collaboration with industries and farmers, then it will benefit for the development of an app. And in our case, the user data, as I mentioned in my presentation, is the users have the possibility to provide feedback through the app. But the app asks the users consent, agreement, explicitly if they agree. So they press the button so they can submit their data. But if they don't agree, so we don't get the data. So this is how we deal with the user's data. Yeah, this part, as Elizabeth mentioned, is more strict in EU. So we cannot just get the user's data. We have to get user's agreement. And then once they have submitted their data, that is saved on the app server in Denmark. So it's, it will be used for research and further development. Yeah, I agree. Maybe in the future we can collaborate more for the app development and how to evaluate the effectiveness and how it can benefit the users.
Yep.
Thank you.
I think for the discussion above, we can find out that the digital capacity gap actually quite relevant to the climate risk or vulnerability gap, actually. So when we think about the vulnerable group, like elderly, farmer, or the other, actually, we can take the climate vulnerability and also the digital gap at the same time. So we can have some more capacity building program to help them. In fact, the last APCSW in 2019, I present, we had a community-based adaptation program with the farmers community in southern Taiwan, and we cooperate with the city government and also different stakeholders and provide the training program to them. And after that, they have the program for budgeting, voting, using iVoting for the public budgeting program, and again, that some public resources or budget from the city government to help themselves. So I think they can help themselves if they have good program for capacity building. Okay, so I see Dr. Gao. Yep.
It just reminds me there's one challenging aspect when developing mobile phone app. That is usability and functionality.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not easy to balance these two parts. So from a scientist's point of view, we want to have more precise functionality based on science. But users, if you make the app more complicated, so the users think it's too complicated, so they don't want to use. So this is the usability. So for our case, we all the time have a challenge to balance these two, usability and functionality.
Yeah. So actually, in create a space for the dialogue, and also we need dialogue platform between different stakeholders. No matter public, private, even between different national services, they have different mode, different culture, and through this experience sharing, we can make the Sustainable Development SDG goals or more innovative climate services possible. So this concludes this session. I thank the speakers, and also we have some audience online, and thank Dr. Lin's question, and we were closing this session, and you are welcome to stay here. We were going to have the conclusion session later. Thank you. Yeah.
We would like to thank Dr. O, Dr. Zhao, Dr. Gao, and Dr. Simonton for sharing these insightful thoughts. Now it's time for the group photo. May I ask all the moderators and participants to turn on your camera so we can have a group photo together. Thank you. Three, two, one, cheese. Thank you. Now we are going to take a 5 minutes break, and we will proceed to the conclusion part later. Please come back and join us later. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Excuse me.
Yes.
环岛1号线是要走这边还是那边？
环岛1号线，
对。
你喜欢海吗？
你
喜欢山，那走这里。
It's important to win at the starting line.
你喜欢海吗？你喜欢山。
Once you've made up your mind, you must complete the journey. The route you choose to take can instantly let you experience all the heights and lows of life. They're all full of wonders. The route will enable you to see a little further, will show what it means to be able to look closer. It will let you hear your heartbeat. Then you'll have the courage to chase after your dreams. The scent you smell will stay with you forever. And at this very moment, because of this route, your mouth will not only be used for eating or for speaking.
我们常常在帮所有这样子，记得。
But to follow your heartbeat. Inhale, exhale, and become merged with this world. And even meet the person who understands you.
好巧，
是你啊！环岛1号线，你喜欢海吗？
This route is real. We call it cycling route number 1.
Hey, 是你吗？
又见面了。
追不追？
一起追。
Go cycling.
And feel the sensation.
Taiwan.
The heart of Asia.
welcome back. Now we're getting to the conclusion session of the workshop. It's our honor to have Mr. Jia Chen to host this session. And Mr. Jia Chen, Dr. Zhong Chong, and Dr. Gongyue Keimyo Zhao, the representative chairs from session 1, 2, and 3, are going to present the conclusions. I will leave the floor to Mr. Chen. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for all the speakers and the attendants to attend this workshop. And right now we'll have the concluding session. And this session will have 3 speakers. The first one is myself. I will be the session 1 conclusion. And for the second session, session 2 will be the Dr. Chong. And for the third session will be Dr. Chao. And so I will start for the summary of session 1. 有放出来吗？所以还是要我放吗？ Okay. The session 1 was chaired by Dr. Manalo of the administrator of PACASA Philippines and me, Deputy Director General of Central Weather Bureau Taiwan. And this session have 6 speakers. The first one is Dr. Manalo, and the second one is Dr. Natasombun, who is the Director General of Thai Meteorological Department, Thailand. And the third is Dr. Fen, who is the Deputy Director General of INHAN, Vietnam. The fourth one is Dr. Hong, who is the Director of Research and the Development Center of Central Weather Bureau, Taiwan. And the fifth one is Dr. Riyama, who is the Director of Center for Research and the Development of BMKG. And the sixth speaker is Dr. Jacob. She is the Director of Climate Service Center German, which is the JERIX of German. So for the conclusion, I will read through this important notes. The first one is the threats from climate change are real, fast, and imminent. And we are more informed than ever, global to local change. So for the heavy rainfall coexist with drought in East Asia. And the diversified source and the demand for climate information are rising fast. The human activities matter and must be taken into account. Climate-related standards and practices are obsolete. The second important note is that climate service must be based on solid research and scientific progress. The point have keep advancing climate services, climate science where relevant, and implement R2O research to operation to leverage R&D. Technical capacities are crucial for meaningful communication with users, and also the install meteorological instrument for data quality control, and establish the evaluation of a criteria for success. So we will have quality services. For the user engagement, is the essence of climate services. The common practice of engaged stakeholder in Southeast Asia is that's from Philippines through the CFS Climate Field School, and dialogue at all levels for gathering user need and receiving feedback, and the advancing level of engagement from hear us to work with us. And we need to do it through all kinds of channels like mobile application or
or reaching wider audience under COVID-19 situation. And for the fourth one is the building partnership at all levels, which have the co-production of climate service, creating a special between user and the specific needs, and the climate experts looking for tailored solution, maybe through PPP mechanism, and engaging in regional and international collaborations through the global GWE, which is promoted by the WMO, and echoing to Director Charles call for strengthening partnership in AP region. And the fifth one is pushing climate service to a mechanism. We need to raise awareness, which have leadership from government agencies, grassroots approach, and more dialogues. The second one is building future capabilities through education. National Hydrometeorological Service is working with universities developing new branch of education degree, need to be considered. The last one is the challenge and the solutions. And we are actually accuracy limited by natural geographic conditions. And the data sparse issue for some critical parts of the world. And we need to think, how do we qualify climate change and human actions? And how to develop climate service to facilitate social transformations. And the solution, we are referring to the GFCS guidelines and working together hand in hand. And this sessions we have a lot of discussion. Thanks for the session speakers and the participants. That will be all. Thank you. That's for the session 1. And the session 2 summary will be presented by Dr. Chong.
Thanks, Dr. Chang. I'm the Session 2 Chair, Jong. I'm currently working at the APEC Climate Center. I think you must be tired since we've been 2 days long workshop. So my summary is going to be very short. So don't be worried about your weekend anyway. The Session 2 title is Climate Services and Products and Applications. And I was really happy to see some very diverse in the session. So for example, we have the 6 speakers, including 3 women speakers, the highest women involved session among those 3 sessions. I am really proud of that. And so in terms of speakers, nationality, and some applications, timescales varying with from S2S to seasonal and climate change scenario, and the application, the areas are also located in geographically diverse. And the applications focus on the several sectors: agriculture, water, energy, and even public health. One of the interesting things commonly stated from most speakers in the session was still there is some gaps between providers and users. However, many efforts have been made, and there already have been successful examples to produce climate services using useful climate information. So I believe more and more this kind of useful climate service will be helpful to make the world better. Yeah, that's all I have for this conclusion remarks. Thanks again, host, for the wonderful this workshop. Thanks.
And our third speak will be Dr. Chow, who is chairing the third session. Dr. Chow, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I think for the section 3 we just had in this afternoon, so I will be very brief for the summarize. For the first 3 speakers, we have enterprise representative from Taiwan, Korea, and Japan, and they share about the experience to develop the weather enterprise in each countries, and also to provide some comments and suggestions for the future development. For instance, for the open data, open government, and also have dialogue between the government. And we see the government actually plays a very important role to shape the weather enterprise in development in each countries. For instance, we see different modes in Taiwan, Korea, and Japan, and the common point from 3 different speakers is the policy should be clear. So the policy can help the government, the public sector, and private sector to identify their roles, and also for the enterprise to develop their services and in this environment. And then the further 3 sessions, the further 3 speakers in the next session for the apps developed in vulnerable groups and also the farmers. We discuss the experience between EU and also the Asia, and we found out that the digital capacity gap actually quite relevant to the climate risk vulnerability gap. So in the public service, actually we need more institutionalized environment to help different groups for dialogue and to find out the needs. And also for the public resources to provide the climate services is limited. We need more entrepreneurship to involve, and also to make the climate services more sustainable. So in this regard, I proposed, in addition to APCSW, we had a very good platform for the past 2 years, and we had a dialogue in 2019, and also we invite the public and private speakers, leaders, experts to share their experience in this year. If we can further promote this platform and to more regional and institutionalized, and for different public sector, NGO, think tank, weather enterprise, even community people, they can share their thoughts in this platform, and we can make the climate service more stronger, and also to help the net zero racing and more reach the sustainable goals. So I think for this regard, if in this conclusion we would like to promote in APAC, there would be a APAC Climate Service Partnership proposal to promote after this conference. And I think that would be a co-benefit to all the member economies in Asia Pacific region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Chow. So, is there any comments? If not, then we are entering the final session, final concluding session. And I will try to itemize the important points of this 2 days workshop. And these points include our two keynote speakers, Dr. Kong, who is the Executive Director of APCC Korea, and also Dr. Koshizuka, who is the President of WXBC Japan. And I don't have a presentation prepared, so I just read my handwrite. So I will bring up some very important issues or things that discussed in this 2 days workshop. The first one is facts. Increase in intensity and the frequency of extreme events, and the economic and the human impact of natural disaster are increasing. The third one is climate services are critical and become more critical. So that's the basic facts, and which generate the needs for the climate services. So the climate service need to address the phenomenon spans for different spatial and time scales, and this phenomenon or climate phenomenon, which will have different forecast scale and uncertainties, and impact different regions, sectors with different threat. So we need to have customized applications to address those issues. And also we need to have high quality and reliable climate services, which is based on all the science and the technologies to produce the prediction and the information, and also tools and the early warning system and the services to support this whole climate service package. That's the basic needs. And the solutions or the areas that we need to address for traditional or climate sensitive sectors, for agriculture, water resources, disaster, health, and basically energy. They are sort of traditional areas that we already have many of the service in this area. But they are new areas that we need to take care of, or we need to pay some attention to. Is for the first one is very important, the green growth, environment friendly kind of application. Try to mitigate the losses or reduce the carbon emission. And for example, one of this is the manufacturing industry, which include electronics and chemical, and also the finance areas, which is a new areas that need a lot of climate service to support, either in TCFD, climate finance disclosure, or ESG for the enterprise or business to support the concept of environmental society and the governance, and also for the housing and the building to save energies, and also for all the commercial activities. That's the new areas that we need to think of. There's a need for climate services, and for the climate service that we are providing, need to have some kind of evaluation concept. So for the quality climate service is important, which include all the process that start from a user approach to the application identification, expectation management, and the value of the services and the user communication, and also we need to think of the implementation and the strategy and the process. And all kinds of service need to be based on the science information. And also we need to think of the delivery and the actually utilization of the service information. Finally, the evaluation is need to be considered for quality climate services. And the next one is the consideration for governance. The whole climate service things it's already been talk about this climate service start from the WMO promoting this GFCS and the GW already been 10 years. And for the governance for the whole climate service, we need to have policy level support and institutional effort and a partnership which include the government to government, government to business or to research. The public-private partnership and the engagement is very important in this area. And we need to develop the solution for the real-world application. And we also need to pay attention for the customer need, which include the needs identification, communication, and customization. And we still have challenges and also opportunities for the climate service. The challenge include the requirement for the finer space scale and the longer lead time for the application. And the science model and the technology maturity and the development is also very important for us to provide good quality climate service. And there's also a need for the awareness and the ability building, as well as training and education for either for the people, for the staffs to provide climate service, but also for the users to receive the climate services. And also there's one issue need to be think of is the digital divide, which is talked about a few minutes ago. And this is also we need to think of and need to deal with is the challenges. But also we have many opportunities which include right now it's much more climate data set we can use. And there's a growing needs for the climate services. And of course, WMO and is promoting the GFCS and the GWE, and also the world, either countries or NGOs have more attention to the climate services. And the development of data science technologies is a good tool for us to do the climate service and a much more aware of the community of climate change impact. So and finally, I will use one word from ancient China, 危机就是转机. In English, it's a crisis is a turning point. And actually, in this workshop, and I feel that all the countries have some kind of climate service already. Either it's a basic support or detailed and customize the support. And but we still need to take care of the last mile. So the end-to-end service is very important for the real-world implementation. And of course, the challenges need to be conquered, opportunities need to be grasped. And the collaboration and the partnership is the key to implement realistic climate service. That's very important topics, points we have been talked in this workshop. So that's my conclusion. And finally, I have some sort of announcement and notice, because Central Weather Bureau is organizing this meeting with the support of many partners from Taiwan and also APCC. And the CWB, Central Weather Bureau, is committed to undertake the Asia Pacific Climate Service Workshop to maintain an international climate service experience sharing platform to speed up the capability building and the efficient utilization of climate service information and knowledge. And we encourage cross-sectoral dialogue and discuss among experts and organizations for multidisciplinary technology and application development in order to implement a suitable climate service for the users, so that we can really enhance our climate resilience and achieve a sustainable future. I would like to thank all the speakers, participants, organizing teams and the support groups to make this workshop a fruitful and valuable event. I wish you all have good health and great success. Thank you. So that will conclude my conclusion, the whole session.
We would
Yes.
we would like to thank all the speakers for sharing these comprehensive and interesting ideas with us. We would also like to appreciate your participation in the 2021 Asia Pacific Climate Service Workshop. The workshop will not be successful without you. We hope you enjoy the workshop, and we're looking forward to seeing you next time. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
And in the last, I would like to, if Mr. Chen allows, I would like to thank all the teams. I would like to ask our cameraman to show around our whole teams today for those 2 days. Thanks for them to have this wonderful, successful workshop. So please, everyone, just raise your hand to all our speakers or chairs online. Thank you for everything to make this happen. I'll back to the first facilitators. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thanks again. We will surely meet 2 years later. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Citizens, when the world comes to a halt, Taiwan keeps on preparing to make sure your every breath is safe. We look forward to seeing you again.